check, check, 1, 2, check.
Rock. Oh, Shiva. You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Oh.
Here's how you can get started. Log in to the portal webpage and navigate to the marketplace. Click on your preferred seller and the preferred tea products. Add the product to your cart and the total price to be paid will be displayed. Select from the available payment options including cash on delivery and MTN Momo Pay and enter details like address and telephone number. The seller will receive the payment and the buyer will receive a payment receipt notification. The tea is then packaged and delivered to the buyer. And just like that, fresh quality tea is available at your doorstep. So the next time you need fast and convenient products for your business, look no further than the National SME Portal. It offers small and medium enterprises in Uganda a single point platform and access to reliable, relevant, timely, and aggregated data on Uganda's business and investment environment. Looking for a place to get the best tea for your restaurant? The National SME Portal is the place to go. Here's how you can get started. Log in to the portal webpage and navigate to the marketplace. Click on your preferred seller and the preferred tea products. Add the product to your cart and the total price to be paid will be displayed. Select from the available payment options including cash on delivery and MTN Momo Pay and enter details like address and telephone number. The seller will receive the payment and the buyer will receive a payment receipt notification. The tea is then packaged and delivered to the buyer. And just like that, fresh quality tea is available at your doorstep. So the next time you need fast and convenient products for your business, look no further than the National SME Portal. It offers small and medium enterprises in Uganda a single point platform and access to reliable, relevant, timely, and aggregated data on Uganda's business and investment environment.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, you're welcome to the launch of the National SME Portal. You're welcome from the Uganda Investment Authority and our partners, Feed the Future and USAID. We welcome you here this morning. And MTN, apologies for that. I'd like to call upon Mr. Peter Muramira to take us through a prayer, and then we'll start the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What if we all rise and make our prayer to our Lord? Our dear Father, we invite you in this place at the launch of our portal for our enterprises that we believe will add value to the heavenly kingdom. We thank you for the wisdom, for the good health, and for the enablement of our services to this country. We ask you today, Father, that as we all gather here this morning, you open our mind to ensure that we do only that is according to your will. We glorify you, we give you thanks, and we bless you. In the almighty name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Peter. Let's remain rising for the national anthems, please. Thank you. You can take your seats, please. All protocol observed. Would like to welcome the team from the Uganda Investment Authority, the board of directors, the management, and the staff. We'd also like to welcome the team from USAID. Mr. Didas will take us through the protocol to introduce the team of the USAID that is here. Please, Mr. Didas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Didas Kumwesiga. I'm the Deputy Chief of Party for Feed the Future Uganda Institutional and System Strengthening Activity. My duty is to introduce the USAID team. First of all, allow me to introduce Ame Bera, our Director for Economic Growth at USAID. And we have our Deputy Mission Director, Mustu Bama, the Deputy Economic Growth Office Director. Welcome. And we have USAID technical staff. Please stand up for recognition. Particularly, we have for us as an activity, we have a supervisor, Dr. Ochenga Per. Please stand again, plus your team. And for us as a Feed the Future Uganda institutional system strengthening activity, we have our Chief of Party. He's here with us, Anthony Nyungu is our Chief of Party. And please, we have a technical team. Please stand up for recognition. I can see Prosi is up, Christabel. There is a team, there is a bigger team behind. And thank you. Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Didas. The next on the program is welcome remarks from the Deputy Director General. I'll also leave the introductions of UIA to our Deputy Director. You're welcome, Mr. Chalimpa, Dr. Chalimpa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Paul Chalimpa, the Deputy Director General, Uganda Investment Authority. And I'm very pleased this morning to have you here. And I bring you most cordial greetings from our Ministry of Finance, and specifically the Minister for Investment, Honorable Anite. Cordial greetings from the Board of Directors for Uganda Investment Authority. Most cordial greetings from the Director General and the management of Uganda Investment Authority. And we sincerely thank you for coming to the launch of the National SME Portal to build, grow, and connect our SMEs to the home of choice for their access to growth opportunities. First and foremost, allow me to request the UIA team to stand up for recognition. Martin and other team members. Now, the UIA team has been working together with the USAID team to ensure this activity or the SME portal is up and running. We thank you, the UIA team, for the leadership on this specific activity. Our sincere gratitude and thanks to the USAID, especially the American people, who accept and wholeheartedly give to make these interventions happen. special thanks to the team from the Feed the Future program who accepted wholeheartedly to have this initiative supported wholly. A vote of appreciation to you, and I ask everyone to give them a hand clap. We also want to thank our premier partner, MTN Uganda, and under the brand, the Momo brand. Can I have the representative from MTN Uganda stand up for recognition? We give him a hand clap. So so this SME portal has gotten support from MTN Uganda, and they continue supporting the activities of the SME portal. Straight to the point, there are a number of other institutions that have been invited to come for this activity. We shall be recognizing them in a few moments. In the house, our Director General, Mr. Robert Mkiza, has joined us. Let's give him a welcome. First and foremost, Uganda Investment Authority is the primary investment promotion agency of the government of Uganda, and that is responsible for coordinating, encouraging, promoting, facilitating all the investment activities in Uganda, and it is a link between the private sector and the government sector, and provides advice and policy support to government on all investment-related matters. And as an agency that is the link between the private sector and the government, we understand the government dynamics, business dynamics, as well as the private sector business dynamics. So this platform, which is the SME portal, the National SME portal, is meant to support the competitiveness of SMEs to deliver competitive products and services to the market. And as government, we are much interested in the competitiveness of SMEs, since they provide us with employment for most of the citizens. They add value to the first level of the products and services. They are the majority of the businesses in Uganda. However, they have been hampered or limited by one, informality. We want to know who the SMEs are as government, so that we can be able to support them. The private sector who provide financing to SMEs say that the cost of financing to SMEs is high because they are not known who they are. They are not profiled. This SME portal provides the opportunity of profiling the SMEs in terms of their businesses, in terms of their business capacities, in terms of their locations, in terms of their needs, such that anybody who wants to engage them knows who the SMEs are. And the SMEs we are talking about are those in business. So now we are providing the first database and profile of SMEs across the country, across sectors. So if you're a financial institution that you need to support SMEs as your key cluster, you need to work with the national SME portal, because we shall show you even the location. You will know what they do, the SMEs. You will know their current capacity. You will know their sales volumes. You will know their revenues. You will know their business needs. And if you're a business development service provider, you will know who the SMEs are and how you can interact with them. Besides providing only the database, this portal provides a platform for access to financial services. The financial service providers will be able to offer competitive and tailored products and services to SMEs based on their clusters, based on their business needs. As a government, we support SMEs to up their standards or to get certifications so that their products and services can be able to reach to international markets, regional and international markets. We are working with UNBS, we are working with all the standards bodies and agencies to ensure that the SMEs are supported to acquire or attain the standards for their products and services so that they become competitive in the market. For the financial services, by profiling the SMEs and clustering them, we are helping to de-risk your financial products, because this will help traceability, will help also lowering the cost of trying to do studies about the SMEs that need financial support, and thus lowering the cost of operations of the financial institutions, and also reducing the cost of default. By supporting the SMEs to become competitive, by having the standards, by having the access to information, by helping them to get business partners as UIA and the government, and competitive business development services, they will be able to link up with international players and partners who will help to have their products and services reach any global market competitively, and therefore enabling what we call SME internationalization. Ladies and gentlemen, with this national SME portal, we are also going to embed the business and investment deal room, which is an electronic online interactive marketplace between those who provide the goods and services to the SMEs and those who need the SME products and services. Also with the financial services providers, with MTN on board, you'll be able to transact and make payments for primary services. UIA being a one-stop center, we have been providing services for business registration, business licensing, investment licensing, including secondary licenses, support to businesses to get to attain standards, access to investment land, access to business incentives. Now, by providing SMEs, we are going to enable them to access all these incentives competitively with the big firms. And also, by creating the National SME Portal, it is a one-stop center, therefore, for the SME, data, products, and services. That completes the UIA objective of being one-stop center. Now, with UIA, we started with an SME division, which has graduated to a domestic investment division. We enable the SMEs to build their capacities to be competitive providers of goods and services, from SMEs growing from the small and medium enterprises to large local firms that competitively meet the demands of both local, regional, and international market, but also who competitively partner and work with global firms to deliver the goods and services. Now, as Uganda, the SMEs as the first level of enterprise development and growth level give us the opportunity for improvement in terms of the value of our especially agro-based economy. So when we do the initial profiling, if you look at the database and the profiles of the enterprises on the platform already, the greater part of these enterprises are in the agriculture sector. And that helps us to improve product and visibility, to improve the product quality. And we are working together with other government and development partner programs to enhance competitiveness of SMEs so that they are not only looked at as informal but formal. They are not looked at as less competitive, but actually as key players in the global marketplace. And this is and will be enabled by our national SME portal that will provide this platform for business profiling, business SME access to business development services, as well as the business and investment day room. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you for turning up today for the launch of our national SME portal, and we look forward to working with you to make this portal engaged, productive, and delivering to the promise of being a home of choice for SMEs to access growth opportunities by linking the SMEs to opportunities, investments, and markets so that they can contribute to Uganda's socioeconomic transformation for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalimpa, for the welcome remarks and for the extensive detail on UIA and the national portal. Would like to take this moment to welcome the Director General of the Uganda Investment Authority, Mr. Robert Mukiza. And we can also welcome Mr. Mukiza to take a seat at the table, please, together with the General Manager for Mobile Money at MTN. You're welcome, sir. And the USAID representative, the Director Economic Growth. You're welcome. You'll be joined by the Honorable Minister when she comes, but you can take your seats now. Thank you. As they take their seats, the moment is now. Would like to welcome, once they've taken their seats, would like to welcome the Acting Director for the Domestic Investment Division. He's the Program Manager, Project Manager for this National SME Portal. He's worked tirelessly with his team at UIA and at USAID and MTN And he's going to take us through the overview of the national portal and a presentation of its value proposition to the small, medium enterprises. You're welcome, Mr. Richard.
Protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited for this day, and I thank God for allowing us to reach this far, and making this day happen. In a special way, I want to thank the board of UIA for allowing us to collaborate with USAID funded Feed the Future program, the private sector, and the government. I also want to thank specifically ISS activity, Chief of Party Anthony, the Deputy Chief of Party Didas, and the entire team for supporting us. I also want to thank MTN, especially Momo, for working around the clock to ensure that the marketplace is live and transactional. In a special way, I want to thank the entire management and the staff of UIA, especially the One-Stop Center Director, Kakoza, and the team, Communications and PR, led by Rupini David, and my team, the Domestic Investment Division. Thank you very much. Let's dive into the overview of the National SME Portal. The elephant, the white elephant before us is the SME. In full, it is small, medium enterprises, but we still have the M, which is micro. So we can term it as micro, small, medium enterprises, and also the large enterprises. By UIA definition, these are the SMEs who are operating in the duration of 1 to 10 years. When you look at the statistics of URA before COVID 2019, they were offering 45% of the employment and contributing to 25% of the GDP. So they are doing a great job. However, they are faced with challenges. They are faced with several challenges, and I urge that all the partners are here should give me money to ensure that we tackle these challenges. USAID Feed the Future, give me more money. MTN, give me more money. Banks, give me more money. My Director General, give me more money to make sure we tackle these challenges. And they are known. Finance, for example, UDB gives, it's an investment bank for the government, gives minimum 12%. But when you look at other banks, it's between 13 to 16%. And remember, this SME is just starting. They cannot compete with already established businesses. So they have the challenge of affordable financing. And we need to get the medicine for that. We need to put in place special programs or package for the SMEs. They are still informal. They are still informal, they are not formalized, they are not registered, they are not traceable. And why they are not, they are still informal, they know that once they register, maybe taxman will come after them. So they are still there struggling. Technology adoption is still low. They are not using, they are not visible, they are not compete regional, they are not competitive. That's why we've developed this platform to give them promotion and visibility. So it's free. You will just set up your marketplace on the platform. As long as you meet the requirements, then you will be able to be, you will be visible, and then your products will be out there for you to be competitive. Then skills and competencies. They don't have established management, they don't have the board. So these are the challenges. They are still crippling the private sector. Markets. It's still an issue for these SMEs. You find their products are good, but not packaged, not certified by UNBS. Maybe the cost is still high, but it's manageable. But for them, they feel the cost should come lower. So from this portal, we'll be able to advise the government as our mandate as UIA that look at the percentage. Out of 100, 50% don't have certified products, and the issue is cost, so that the government can bring the cost of certification lower. Why is this platform? It is answering 5 questions. And everyone here, especially when you are in private sector, you need to mark these words. For you to know who is an SME, for example, you need to know who are they. For example, Richard Enterprises. After knowing that, where do they where are they located? And the portal is giving that geotag. You can be able to trace up to the last mile, to the village level, where this SME is operating. That's a very value proposition. Number 2 is which services or products are these SMEs offering or producing? Yes, you've known me, you know where I'm located, but if I want to give you intervention, you need to know which services and products. For example, are they in dairy sector, doing yogurt? Are they doing maize milling, producing honey? So we need to know that niche of the products and services. For those who don't have products and they're offering services, for example, data care, they do products development, like the apps and web. So when you come to the portal, you will be able to know that product care, data care does web development and mobile apps. So if you need that service, you will be able to get in touch with data care so that you are able to get the service. So knowing their products and services is very key. Also, we need to know their challenges, because as UIA, we use our approach, bottom up. We first diagnose the problem, then we get the solution. So we cannot start giving the solution when we don't know the problem. So this SME portal, one of the value proposition is to understand the SME's challenges. So when you know the challenge, then you know where to tackle. Is it the government? Is it the bank? So now you start doing those linkages. UNBS, the challenge is certification, and the issue is the cost or the bureaucracy. So now we bring the UNBS on board. We start talking. URSB, the issue is you are not reachable. Okay, how can we? So put regional office where these SMEs are. So the portal will give you that value proposition, knowing their challenges to make you intervene. Then also, the portal will give you the opportunity for this SME to give you the preferred support needed. Because for you, you may say A when the SME is saying B. So in our profiling form, we allow them to tell us which support do you need. Is it machinery? Is it a legal framework paper that you need? Do you need permits and certification certificates? What do you need? Then once we know that, then UIA will be able now to link with partners. Because for us, we don't work in silos or in isolation. We work with partners, and our role is to facilitate. We bring all the stakeholders, government and private sector, on one table, and we start tackling the issues. Then after that, when we've identified the challenge, the support they need, now we do the linkages. Matchmaking is the next. Do you need market? Yes. Kawacom is here in coffee. Chagaranyi is here. Grain Pulse is here. Now we start saying, okay, Volcano does coffee roasting and sourcing. Now Volcano coffee is here. Please bring your coffee, Volcano coffee. We'll roast for you at a little cost. That's how we start doing matchmaking and linkages. And we cannot do that when we don't have the portal. And everything will be done on the portal. It's very interactive. You don't need to call any UIA person. You just go to the portal, you select the sector, Volcano will come, you immediately contact Volcano. That's why you need to utilize this portal. These are some of the key modules. More are coming, but I just wanted to highlight a few of them. One is SME profiling, we need to know you. We need to have your profile. KYC, know your customer. After that, we have the marketplace, which is already on the portal, where you will go, update your profile. UIA team will verify to make sure you meet the criteria, because we are very conscious about the product quality. We will only allow those products that are certified, and we have UNBS on board. So we will first check if they are certified, then we allow you. Then next, you integrate with MomoPay and you start transacting. Another one is business service providers. Because SMEs cannot work alone, now we are bringing the service providers on board. The government, the banks, like MTN, will be there to give you the solutions, the MomoPay and the rest. So we are bringing service providers on board. Now we have youth apprenticeship. Our role is to create 1 million jobs by end of 2025 as UIA. And we have to find ways how we can achieve this. So youth apprenticeship is targeting students who are leaving the university. If you are in third year, the system will be able to link you to the waiting SME. The SME will say, I have a vacancy. Now the system will be able to tell this student, are you in agronomy? Do you want digital marketing, accounting? Now the system will say, Volcano Coffee needs someone in accounts. So the system will connect each other. Then you go for that job. But USAID will also support us on linking these youth to the already apex bodies they are working with, the Grain Council and the rest. So we believe. Now, when you go there, don't go there for money. Also learn, get skills. After getting the skills, the SME can choose to retain you or to allow you go. But at least you must have learned some practical skills. Then the last one is the local government investment enterprises. This is an initiative of Ministry of Finance. They want to know the value of money. So they have been supporting local government to set up schools, health centers, and all that. So they want to know. And also know if this district has some enterprises. For example, in Kayunga, there is a lot of pineapple production. So how can they support the Kayunga local government to make sure they have plant and machinery or technology to enable farmers produce but process the pineapples for higher gain? Now, these are the key services. Very four of them critical. One is the portal, which is the flagship. But we have the profiling, we have the data analytics, and then policy. So when we profile, we'll be able to do a number of segments there. Regional profiles will be knowing from Western Uganda which value chains perform best. Where are they located? Is it Rukunjiri, having more coffee? Is it Ibanda? Is it Mbarara itself? So we will also be able to do the clustering. Clustering is by saying honey alone, dairy alone, maize alone, so we'll be able to do those profiles. Then mapping, we shall map them. When you go to the portal, there is a map there. So when you touch there, it will be able to tell you where this SME is located. Then we have, of course, the registration, because we need to know them. Then we have policy. We have Commissioner Dr. Mutambi here from the Ministry of Trade. So when we bring these issues, now we put them on the table. And then Dr. Mutambi, the commissioner in charge of SMEs, will be able to analyze and say, no, we need this intervention. He will write a paper to cabinet to be able to intervene. So that is the policy. Now on linkages, after analyzing this data, as I said at the beginning, we will start doing the linkages from marketing, capacity building, because I understand there are some business service providers that entirely do capacity building, entrepreneurship training, all that. Now we will be saying, because the SME will be saying, I need capacity building. Okay, we say, please, this is the service provider. Then the workspace and incubation. We understand that when these startups are starting, they don't have money either to buy the machinery or rent. So we will be able to link them to already existing workspaces, like Churad, like Yuri. And as UIA, we are going to establish the workspace in Industrial Park. I'm sure Director General will talk about it, where the SMEs will access for free. And then markets. Now we will start doing market linkages. So who are the beneficiaries of this portal? I'm sure everyone in this room is a beneficiary. From the development partner to the private sector. I will not mention who in private sector, but entire across the value chain, the ecosystem. You are whether you're a banker, whether you are a capacity builder, you will benefit. Then the government, on the end of the policy, you can see it. Then linkage, data analytics. Data analytics will help us in credit scoring, because we are asking you, what is your turnover in 2022? Vis-a-vis. So someone will be able to know and then make a decision. Then profiling. So those are the critical areas, and every person in this room, whether from private, government, development partners, will be able to benefit from this information. I wanted to show you one business case, the market module, how it works. When you profile, after your profile has been activated, you will be having your own inbox. Under that inbox, like the way you have your email account, there is a market module. You click there, you update. So from updating it, this is part of the updating, where you will put you select the sector, which is, for example, agro-processing, product, which products are you, where do you belong, is it dairy, tea? We've tried to identify the key value chains under our National Development Plan 3. So we have listed them under agro-processing. So you will go there and say, me, I'm under coffee, I'm under tea, honey, dairy, and so on. So you put there, you put the price, and the rest, then you push the photos, you push them to the SME portal. Now, the back end, we look at your profile, analyze it, cross-check if you meet the criteria. After being sure that you meet the criteria, then we approve you. So after approving you, for example here, we have 2 SMEs that have met the required documentation, the Volcano Coffee and the Upper Original Kisubi Tea. So this is the interface. There are more products. You can add as 100, as 1,000 products on the portal. Next. So now if you want to buy as anonymous, you don't need to create the account. You just go there to the portal, you select the products you want to buy, you add them in the cart, you proceed. Next. You put in the information, name, address, the telephone number, then you select, do you want to pay via delivery, cash on delivery, or Momo Pay? But we would encourage you to choose Momo Pay. Reason, we want to risk your business. And one of the factors, because, for example, in agriculture, people who go to banks to access finance, only 8% get financing. Reason why they don't have records. If you ask someone who has been a dairy farmer for the last 20 years, you ask, show me the records for the last week. They don't have, yet they take milk to the dairy every day. So when the bank person comes and asks you, show me the proof that you are a farmer, you don't have records, either the output or the input. So the reason why we are encouraging you to pay via mobile money, you will help this SME to show the banker that these are my transactions, people are buying, so that they are able to access financing, they improve their efficiency, they add more machinery, and the product becomes good. So you will be able to pay via mobile money, and entirely this transaction is between the customer and the service provider. As UIA, our role is to provide the platform for visibility. We are not part and parcel of the transactions. So the SMEs, if you give poor service, you are doing a disservice to yourself. Our role is to provide you the platform to trade, the market linkage. But we are not saying if you delay, if you say 30 minutes, please make sure 30 minutes. So our role is to give you that. Let's go back. This is the projections. We hope by the next 5 years we shall have 3 million profiles on the national SME portal. You will not have this data anywhere. So please handle UIA with care. We hope to have at least every region 100 youth apprenticeship pressed by the portal. You don't need to talk to any, maybe if you want clarification, but the portal will be pressed. So we shall just go to the portal and say how many youth apprentices that have been pressed in West Nile, in Western Uganda. We also hope to have 50 bankable projects. We want to analyze this data and be able to do feasibility studies. We are also doing it right now, but we need more money. Development partners, please give me more money. I need to create these bankable projects tailored to local SMEs to guide them. Because we identify the value chain, we do the cost benefit analysis and give you return on investment. So for you, you are ready to invest. You don't need to do run here and there. So, and these feasibility studies need money to pay the consultants. So please feed the future and other, you said, and other development partners, please give me money. We ensure that these SMEs. Then we hope to increase financial inclusion by 65%. By having this data, the banks will be able to extend services to the job creation, market, business growth, and at the end of the day, at least by end of 25 years, we contribute to 30%. SMEs should contribute 30% to domestic gross product. Next. So this is how you go to the portal. You just, I don't want to mention the URL, it will be unveiled. But you go there, click register. There is terms and conditions. If you feel you are not okay, you cancel. If you're okay, you click and proceed. So there is a first set where you put your name, but the critical part is the module. Because we are for now we are targeting 3 areas: the youth apprenticeship, business service provider, and small and medium enterprises. So what you select is what you are going to get to fill. Next. I thank you very much. But before we close this, I wanted to invite Momo person, technically, to, in just a few seconds, to talk about how that integration works. Mark.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Mark Chivumbi, all protocol observed. So from mobile money, we firmly believe in transforming the power of technology and also being the powerhouse of financial inclusion, innovation, and technology. But before we delve into the details of our collaboration, let me first extend my sincere gratitude to UIA, our invaluable partner, government, USAID, and all other supporting partners. Your dedication to this fostering partnership and growth of development in investment for the small and medium-sized enterprises is truly and truly commendable. Now, you may wonder what MTN Momo is doing here, but for us, this partnership aligns with our ambition. Our ambition 2025 speaks to offering everything for everyone, saying everybody deserves the benefit of a modern connected life. Now, we plan with this partnership with UIA to deliver 3 key strategic goals, right? One is digital innovation. And because we believe we're a power of technology, we're a power of platforms, we believe that we'll be offering a payment solution that will enable these SMEs on the UIA portal digitize their payments. With digital innovation, we are then saying, can we grow our financial inclusion footprint? So as MTN Momo, we profound our commitment to bridging the financial services gap and empowering millions of Africans. By partnering with UIA, government, we are extending our reach to a wider proportion. This is not only promoting financial inclusion, but also contributing the economic empowerment of the SMEs, who are a backbone of our national growth. Our third ambition in this partnership is collaboration. As we say in MTN, together we are unstoppable. This collaboration will embody the spirit of unity and cooperation and help us drive Uganda and Africa as a whole forward. The strategic vision that we want to convey today is focused on leveraging our digital solutions to drive Africa's progress. So the portal that has been displayed by Mr. Richard is a portal that we have leveraged our payment platform to. So ideally, if you look through the journey he was alluding to, we enable you make a payment at the end of selecting a certain product that you would like to consume. If you went in and select Volcano Coffee or Chisubi Tea, any SME was listed on the portal, by just entering your mobile number, you will receive a flash notification for you to enter your PIN. Funds will move from your account to that SME wallet, and the SME wallet will be able to deliver this product to you. So it can be on delivery. If you're paying cash on delivery, you can use our face-to-face payment model, which is MomoPay. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that our collaboration is not more than just a business venture, but it's a testament to our shared commitment for growth and development. Together, we plan to empower SMEs, foster economic growth, create opportunities for all Ugandans. Like you've seen on the ads that are running, as I seek your attention today, as we are pushing SMEs, as we are pushing this integration and partnership, do not forget to pay with Momo and stand a chance to win. So thank you all. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Asante.
Thank you very much for that, Richard and the MTN team. Would like to recognize the presence of the Uganda Investment Authority Board, Dr. Joshua Mutambi, Madame Beatrice Mpere, and Mr. Biamukama. You're welcome. Next in the program is the Q&A. So this is an opportunity for you to ask any questions, and it will be led by Mildred. Thank you.
All right, a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Aish, we've just had coffee, we've just had breakfast. We can't have such low energies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or do we want to make it like the traditional marriage where you greet the men separately and then greet the women separately? No, we need to greet each other at the same time. So thank you so much for honoring the invite. My job here is going to be very simple. Richard did explain to us what the portal is going to be paying attention to. I specifically like the whole idea of profiling, getting to know who the business owner is, getting to know what the product is. But I also love the idea of traceability. You being able to know, even when you get to buy a product, say if it's been exported or if it's an international person who is buying this product, are they able to trace and get the origin of that particular product? Sometimes in Uganda, we are lucky you can be able to know where Kayunga is, where your pineapples did come from, or where a particular coffee brand is coming from. But how about that Ugandan in the diaspora, but also another international citizen who is interested in what we are having? So I know we could have been having some questions, a bit of things that didn't get out very, very clearly. I would request our technical team, if we do have a handheld mic, that we can be able to move around. So I'm going to allow just a few questions I will start with a round of about 3 or 4 questions that should be able to come through. It could be a supplement as well, because I want to believe that there is always room for improvement. We have one already. That table already has 2. Okay, we have one coming here, and then we'll have 2 from the table.
Good morning. My name is Varghese Thambi, Managing Director, Diamond Trust Bank, Uganda. First of all, congratulations to UIA, USAID, Feed the Future, MTN, Momo, everyone, because this is a great effort with results. Today, when we talk about banking or loan, everybody is complaining about the cost of borrowing. Cost of borrowing can be reduced by this activity. That is point number 1. Point number 2, now mobile money and banks, we are not competitors, we are complementing each other. Yeah. The marriage between banks and mobile money, it has already happened. So even if you are putting in mobile money, automatically it comes to the bank, to the sponsor banks. That way it is a good opportunity. More importantly, the country's export potential will be multiplied by this effort. And that is, and job opportunities. So well done, and this is a wonderful thing which has happened, and which has come with more than expected features and everything. Well done. Thank you.
I love that. Richard and Tim, you blew the expectations of some of us. The questions on that table, all right, there is a microphone already there. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is SJ Brian Bravo, and CEO Bravo Shoes. My small issue. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibra. Very humbled meeting you. I have 2 questions. What plans do you have engaging the young, most especially those who are leaving the university? As an entrepreneur who started my journey at the age of 22, I'm now 45, 46. I have a very big challenge that all these platforms are being launched, but you do not consider those who are finishing their universities. Much as you're saying, yes, they are ready to get jobs, they are ready to get apprenticeships and whatever. As an employer, I find a big challenge with those who have left university. And we end up employing those who have not gone to school, and they become our great managers. Reason being that these young men and women are not prepared to leave university and start from zero.
They don't have the skills? Maybe if you could just make it
the
clear.
skills, they don't have the love of earning or starting up their journeys. So they are not prepared right from the universities that if they come to me as an SME, I may not afford to pay them 2 million shillings. Even earning 2 million shillings will take you about 5 years. All of you earning money, even earning 1 million shillings took you about 5 to 10 years. But they are not ready. My suggestions are, if you have put up this portal, can you connect with universities and make sure that as they go to their last semesters or last years, all these platforms are given as part of the subjects, and they are trained through, and even somebody leaves university when they have already gone onto the platform.
All right.
Because they are more better than some of us. Then again, most SMEs have not gone to school. And they are the greatest in doing business. Business has no issue whether you've gone to school or not. It's how your mind can take up risks. Now, SMEs that are doing great things out there, they are the ones that are in the market making money. They are the ones that are actually building this economy. How are you ready? How are you engaging these SMEs to get on the platform by their businesses so that they can be able to grow the economy by using these platforms? Okay. These platforms are good. Yes, you want them transactional. Are you ready to change the mindset of Ugandans? I know most people here, if you ask them, how many people have gone on the platform to transact in this country? Thank you.
You know, the reason I'm saying that is we may not have a mindsetometer to be able to find out what is happening behind people's minds, but I think I totally agree with you on the kids. We could say kids, but the youth who are getting out of university, the mindset and what they're able to do. All right, but there were 2 questions on how you onboard the university, but also how we get to have all these SMEs on. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is JB Senkubuge. I work with Abby and David advocates. Our company's firm is into enabling businesses. We're a sector-based or focused law firm. When I come to such events, I'm always saddened. Why? There is something that we need to have in our country which should be almost answering most of these questions. Like my brother has raised a very imperative question about the youth and how they could be engaged. And this issue has to do with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Uganda. As long as Uganda has failed to have a vibrant chamber in place, because you people, others would be supplementing what the chamber does. The chamber in other countries reaches out to the institutions like universities to look for young people and interest them to do business, give them mentorship, and do all that, incubation and all that.
Okay.
So I'm like, use this platform. I'm a great advocate for the chamber. Let's see how we can resurrect the dead chamber in Uganda so that whatever we do in business, SMEs, all that, chamber would do the vanguard of business interests in the country.
JP, I'll
Thank
give you
very much.
just 30 seconds before you go. Do you have any suggestions? Because I don't believe the chamber is dead. It could be a little bit dormant, like you say, but it is not dead. It is existent with the president.
If it is not dead, then it needs to be revamped.
Any suggestions?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
As the business community, we need to raise up to demand the chamber to offer us the services it ought to offer. Because when you go to countries like India, Dubai, chambers are doing great work to help and inspire businesses to excel.
Okay. I love that, JB, that you're bringing in participation. I thought the conversation was going to be government here to Yambe. Let's move on. There is a hand that came up a little bit earlier, Mr. here. I would like to take him, and yes, and then we'll also move back here. Yes, please.
Thank you. Protocol observed. I'm Mr. Mtagubia Mohsin, CEO Excellencia, and we specialize in staff performance.
Wow.
I want to focus on the system that has been presented. My first emphasis is about the strategy to onboard, because nothing will happen without the data of these businesses. So do we have a concrete strategy that is going to, what is the magnet that is going to pull these SMEs to register? That is my first emphasis. Number two is about, do we expect in the near future to have an app, or it is already there?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just to ease work. And there is also ease of use in terms of products and services. These two industries are very different. So look into how the service provider not posting a service like a product.
Okay.
Very, very important in that field.
Thank you
so
very
much.
true. Ease of use, the palatability of this very one. And I when you talked about data, my brain went straight to you, boss. And I think I did see Mr. Chiza here from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. At some point in time, we will have to be asking if we have the statistics of the SMS. Okay, I'll take you, Gerald. You have hijacked me, but I was going to give you the mic. And the lady in red, and I want to move to the gentleman here and the lady first. And then we have those answered, then we can have another round if time allows.
Thank you, Midrid.
Yes.
Those of you who don't know me, I'm called Jed Katavaz. I'm the founder and CEO at Volcano Coffee Limited. And I'm happy to be here with you and everyone to contribute to this session that has been actually lacking for over decades. When we're talking of private sector, we are ideally trying to look of better ways on how can contribute to the economy of this great nation. Private sector's role, of course, is quite massive. When we're talking of private sector, we are looking at the SMEs who are impacting communities. Volcano Coffee today, as we speak, is impacting communities through skills development. We have an incubation hub that is incubating those who are from the universities, by the way. So bravo when you talk about how can get into these universities and now begin looking on gaps these students or campuses who are doing entrepreneurship, etc. He is right, because I for now, I'm now actually facing it. We are incubating 110 SMEs. These are startups made from campuses or those students from the universities with zero knowledge on the coffee. Now, if I happen to come to this to a platform like this, and I have a person like MTN Foundation who is into the financial inclusion, I feel so proud as an entrepreneur or as an SME who is impacting communities at the other end. Okay. More to this, how can we have these interventions also cropped in the regions? Because there is a big challenge we have in this country. Volcano Coffee Incubation Hub is in Akawa. Someone is putting his stock or raw material of coffee on a coach from Kanungu. Imagine from West Nile, Zombo, Kapchorwa to Nakawa. So how do we fill this gap so that everyone at least is not left behind? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the lady in red.
Good morning. My name is Grace Achire. I'm the CEO of Vantage. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm very proud to be here today, because half of what you're seeing today was part of the things that I participated in. We developed the SME portal brand and the brand strategy. And the youth apprenticeship program is really an idea of Vantage Communication, and thanks to UIA who supported us and brought it out to become what it is today. The issue of youth apprenticeship is very dear to me, because it's something that we started 2015 with Uganda Investment Authority, and we felt that there was need for supporting the young people to build their skills. And the concept is actually meant to help the young people acquire real skill for workspace. Most of the time we have all these young people coming out of the university. You have your technical professions, but you don't know how to transform that into something that is a service. So the whole concept is basically based on the fact that you can turn your talent into a service. So if you are an accountant, you can actually serve more than 1, 2, 3, 5 SMEs at the same time, and the portal here provides that platform. And so I think it's something that SMEs who need support from young people who are coming out of the university, and it was intended only for people who are coming out of the university. So we are not the program targets the young people coming out of the university. Now, the SMEs don't have the capacity to do record keeping, all these other things that are formal, and the young people are coming out of school and they can do that. How to link this is what the platform is offering. So I just thought I should just make a statement about it, because it's something that when we started, it was based out of the complication of young people coming for jobs, and we couldn't help them.
All right.
Then on the issue of I had something to do with the e-commerce platform. How does UIA separate itself from competing with other e-commerce players? If we put Momo here, what about the other? How about the other people who are already establishing? Shouldn't this thing be opened up so that it allows other e-commerce platform to also use the platform? That was my other question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Grace. I need to have that microphone passed to this. I have a gentleman in gray and the lady in green. Grace, maybe one of the conversations that Bravo brought in is the expectations of these university students, that they come expecting a lot that the SMEs cannot actually be able to provide or afford at that point in time. Okay, yes, lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Latigi Lamara Fiona. I'm working with ALP Advocates, which is a regional firm, East Africa. So my question today is just that, does the portal allow for cross-border transactions? Because I think most of the discussions we've had today are centered around Uganda, but does the portal allow for cross-border? For example, if I'm transacting with someone in Kenya, would that be allowed on the portal? Are there strategies in place to allow for this cross-border interactions between SMEs?
Okay, thank you very much. That is very key, especially that we have officially even admitted DRC into East African community. So we're growing much bigger. Yes, please.
I'm Mario Subwana from National Planning Authority. At National Planning Authority, we are trying to see how we can leverage the diaspora resources for national development. Normally, people, when you mention diaspora, they straight away think of remittances. But the fact is, remittance is just part of the story.
Okay.
They have savings, they have skills, they have the technology and so on that we can tap on for national development. I have been associating with the Uganda Investment Authority since 1991. And the emphasis at that time, I think she knows very well, was on foreign direct investment. And African countries were going what we could call a beauty contest up country, in Europe and so on, to show that they are the best.
Yeah.
And there was a race to the bottom. Now, why am I raising this? Since 1991 up to now, our diaspora community has been growing. And they have resources as well. Countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and so on. In fact, if this was held in those countries, half of the participants would be from the diaspora community. Now, I can see what you're bringing here, very important, in the sense that you have mentioned the challenges that you're facing. The money, finances, the skills, the technology, the markets, all this, the diasporas have the answer. They have the connections, they have the markets and so on. So my 5 cents advice is that this portal should also be shared with the diaspora communities. I know the FAO has done quite a lot in encouraging the diaspora communities in agribusinesses. In fact, they have set up also a portal to arrange all these things you're mentioning here. So my 5 cents advice is please share this with the diaspora community, because you will definitely get those challenges that you're facing. You can have answers to them.
All right, thank you.
The second 5 cents advice is, this portal, you have set it up, but you need awareness campaign. For instance, as an SME, the question I ask is, what do I gain by participating in this? Now, what about some of the information which may get our Uganda Revenue Authority attracted to? The point I'm trying to say here is, you must show that indeed this portal has an advantage of participating.
Okay.
Don't just start and sit over it. There must be a thorough campaign, not in Kampala, but throughout the country on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is in it for me? I always say that's the most listened to radio, WIIFM. What is in it for me? And that's a very good question. When you get to answer that, I think you've answered half of the problems. I want to have Richard and Tim first before I get, because when we have so many questions, we may forget the others that were asked at first. So Richard, and probably I'll get back to the high table here to be able to have some of these questions answered, I hope, that you managed to write them. Cross-border transactions, issues of strategies of onboarding. Richard, are you delegating who is answering first? Okay, let's move on. Let's get the mic. We have started having fingers being pointed on the opposite direction. But okay, Richard will start, answer a few, and then pass on the microphone and have some of the others answered. Yes, Richard, if you don't mind, you can just step to the front and answer some of those, and then we'll pass the microphone to the other persons.
Thank you very much for asking those questions. To begin with, Biravo, on the youth apprenticeship working with universities. Maybe I didn't mention about it, but when you go to, for those who will be filling the youth apprenticeship module, the first component is the university. We ask you which university do you come from. So we first onboard the universities, and we're already working with them. Moni University, Guru, Bustema, Chambo, Go Moobs, and others will come on board. So that's where we source the students. If you are not from that university, and we go ahead and ask you the registration number, and we cross-check with the university whether the content you've given is factual. So we are working with the universities. Then after identifying, we need resources to first put these students in the room for like 3 days. We induct them. What do they expect and how to handle themselves. Then afterwards, we deploy them to the respective SMEs who have asked for them. Then on the issue of illiteracy, for the SMEs that are willing but not able to use the platforms. So right now, Uganda Investment Authority, in partnership with Nation Media and DFC Bank, we are implementing a project called Women in Business. We've been in West Nile. This week, we were in Kabare. Today, we are training in Masaka. So basically, we don't disaggregate whether you are from, you are educated or not, as long as you have the business that is operational, but also we are looking at compliance, at least if you have a registered business. So we bring these women in business in class, we train them on customer care, entrepreneurship, record keeping. We make them to be ready for financing, investment readiness, all that. We have experts who are well versed with the sectors, so we train them. And then on the issue of the portal, that will be a different, we'll see how to handle. Because if you don't have the infrastructure, for example, the computer, the smartphone, then that means you will not be able to use the portal. But on the bigger picture of giving them the business perspective, UIA is doing that under Women in Business. Then JB, for advocates, Chamber of Commerce, they are our partners, especially when we go to these regional summits, trainings, they have chairpersons. Every district has got a Chamber of Commerce chairperson. So it's our first point of contact. They are the ones who identify for us SMEs. We work with district commercial office and production office and the local government to identify. So we are working with them. On our side, on their end, I don't know. Then on the CEO of performing artists, the strategy of onboarding. After here, we have the plan of popularizing the portal. We will be building the capacity, showing you how to use it, then onboard you, then give the 360 degrees, the eagle eye perspective on how the portal will be valuable to you. So the strategy is there for onboarding. We will be moving around the country. For the app, we have the app. Even the portal itself is, because when you check these SMEs, you find they have the smartphone, but they don't have the laptop. What we have done, we have optimized the app. You can access it on the mobile phone, you can register, you can log in, you can access your portal, you can transact, but we still have the app. But you see the app itself caters the profiling bit. But when you want to access the other modules, it becomes hard. So we've optimized the platform to be even accessed on the app, on the phone, mobile phone, but still we have the app that will be unveiled. Then on the ease of segregating the products and the services, when you go to the marketplace, we have the product component and the service component. We are very, very clear about that because we have the BDS service providers and the SMEs that have the product. So when you are updating your profile on the marketplace, you indicate the services, only that you will put the text. You don't need to post the pictures because you don't have the product. So those who have the products, they will go to the direction of the products and they will put the, so that one is already catered for. Then how can, Gerard Katabazo, Volcano Coffee, how can we take services to other regions? Very sure Director General will talk about this. UIA, we are going to set up regional centers. So we'll be able to, the command center is Kampala, but we shall have regional command centers to disseminate information. But we also work with local governments. We don't work alone. We work with local governments, we work with private sector, banks. So, and they are able to provide those services. Grace from Vantage Communications, I thank you. And you've been supportive on the developing the branding strategy and what you are seeing there. Fiona, cross-border MTN Momo, should be able to answer that. Then NPA, thank you very much. Our director, Martin here, in charge of promotion and investment, handling FDIs, is building a paper with Bank of Uganda on how to handle diaspora remittances and other, because as UIA, we have that mandate of channeling a certain percentage of diaspora remittances into investment. So Director Martin is handling that, and very soon we will unveil that agenda. MTN Momo on cross-border transactions. Thank you.
Morning again. Just to quickly respond to the query about cross-border payments. So MTN Momo have the open API, which we are exposing to the UIA SME portal. We recently launched with partnership cross-border payments in Dubai. Currently, if you have mobile money and travel to Dubai for shopping and you find a merchant there, you can actually pay with your MTN Momo wallet. So yes, we support cross-border merchant payments. We are expanding and with the addition of DRC into our East African community, we're even getting bigger. Today, if you travel to Rwanda, Tanzania, you can actually use your Momo wallet to pay into M-Pesa. So we are growing, and yes, we'll support this for our SMEs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we had the team ready for us. Richard was really ready for us because he literally exhausted all the questions that were asked. And I'll just give 3 more because our time for this is a little bit up. So I will take the gentleman at the back and then come to this table. There's a gentleman right at the back, and then I come to the table here. Those will be 3, and I will request that we will hold it there a little bit.
Thank you, Mildred, and protocol observed. I'm not talking about that much.
Okay.
Because it's just so nice, and I think that's what we are.
You're overwhelmed.
Yes.
Okay.
We shall punch the hole when we start seeing it well. But otherwise, I want to. Some person here, a friend of mine, talk about Chamber of Commerce. Currently, I'm the new CEO of Chamber of Commerce.
They were hitting you straight on, eh?
Well, I come from a banking background. I can see my former boss also work with him there. So yes, it is true we are working with UIA. It is true we have been a little bit down for the last 3 or 4 years. Right now, as I'm speaking, we are coming up. At the moment, we are having elections, and our elections start right from the district. In October this year, we shall have finished our election for the district. Then we get new board members, new branches, and then we shall be able to move with our eyes now. But I want to mention this. There is need to harmonize some of the things which we are working on. Currently, we have over 25 different MOUs that we have signed with Chamber of Commerce internationally. And we need to make that known. And we are trying to do that. I believe by the end of November, we shall have made you know about it much. At the moment, as I'm speaking, we are working on a way. I think within this month, we are going to call all of you, the stakeholders, most of you, to tell you exactly what we are doing, who we are partnering with, what we have done, and people are not aware of. So I'm trying to tell you, Chamber of Commerce is there, kicking, and right now, I request you, kindly knock at our doors.
Okay.
And I will not want to put it from our side. It is you who are the members. If you do not come to knock at our doors, then you let us sleep. I want all of you to get my number, and I want to be overwhelmed with
by the calls.
With calls.
Okay.
So that we move forward. And I ask you kindly, please join and let us do a lot. A lot of things are on lineup. We have got a lot of expectation. We have got a lot of requests from other partners in and out to help us come up. So that's what I wanted to say. Please, Chamber of Commerce is there. My contact, I will give it.
You can read
anytime.
it. You can read it right now.
I can give you my telephone number.
Go ahead.
Write it down.
I see people are holding pens to write already. Please go ahead.
0776. Yes, it is on WhatsApp. 0776 652 053. Please, anytime you are welcome. Check on we are updating our website, which was dormant. Please check. Join. I want all of you, like this for coffee, I want all of you to be, some of you are members, but you have never renewed your subscription. Do it. And that's what we should do.
Thank you so much.
This one here, we are teaming up with the UIA. When I
Wow.
received the letter to come, and I'm visiting them for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sometimes it's very good to tickle up a little bit, rattle some feathers. I will have the microphone here. I have 2 questions, and I will go with these. Yes. Oh, there is a microphone already. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's very interesting. The ambition actually you are developing this SME portal, though it is not easy job. I observed many countries when I was working in different areas. Then initially it's very interesting to establish this kind of SME portal. I have seen in like Zambia, for example, long time ago we set up the SME portal through IFC. It was so exciting, but at the end of the day, it did not sustain. There are different ways, we need to think about that. Then how is very good thing that you are starting now, then what is the sustainable mechanism, sustaining strategy you are developing as a government, support agencies is much more important. Then at the end of the day, after 2 to 3 years, it will disappear again. Then we start thinking another one. Let's utilize what we have started and let's sustain it. That one advice I can give. Then maintaining this SME portal is not very easy job. And actually it needed a lot of technical capacity. How we are building this technical capacity in-house. This maintaining the data and a lot of technical aspect. And again, the recruiting all the SMEs, you need to provide some guidance, BDS services, all. Then how we are building internal capacity ourselves within the SME portal. Then other aspect, like I can see as a private sector developer, though I did not introduce myself, I'm working for SNV as a private sector development advisor in Uganda. I see I'm also working in different SMEs in the private sector. But I have seen like PSFU is equally strong, and they have also a strong larger network. Like already we talked about the private sector, like Chamber of Commerce. There are different SMEs association, like the small scale industry association. There are different associations. How we are utilizing their network to build into that SME portal. If we do not bring that association strongly, or how we embed this kind of ongoing initiative. Then again, I have seen that so many development agencies and development programs, they're also promoting their SME programs there, and very much fragmented actually. How we are bringing them like that, so many support. Some of them are very good, some of them are like the different approaches they are adopting. How we can bring them or streamlining those effort into this SME portal. That's what I can contribute. Then interestingly that you discuss about the diaspora investment opportunities, though it is not like, I'm not speaking from the SME on the diaspora aspect, but if really government wanted to see some model like what we do in Nepal, we are in 65 countries, our diaspora community. We are all organized in 85 countries. Then we have like international, like the diaspora network, then more than like 80,000 people, it's a formal membership, and we have like more than 8 million people outside. Then we are like, we develop kind of the collective investment strategy with the government of Nepal. Then we are having like we are establishing emerging fund there, like more than $1 billion, something like that. Then there are so many hydropower projects in the collective investments ongoing. There are so many innovations also going now. It is more than actually FDI. If you think about your diaspora, the diaspora community working outside, we have resources ourselves. But if you think that if you need some kind of the advice or how we are working this collective investment, I can give some kind of the tips that from Nepal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the experiences, especially on how you've been able to do it. I know we can borrow a little from there. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Byarugaba from Bank of Uganda. I keep explaining that I'm not from NSSF, but I'm representing the Deputy Governor. Apologies, he had other engagements. We are excited to be invited and to be part of this. One of the things that I had Richard talking about was financial inclusion, and this is very close to to our hearts, and we would like to applaud you for doing this. And if we can partner, if there is anything we can do to enhance this, we'll be more than happy to partner with you. The other thing that we do as a bank is we are managing the government projects or programs of the agricultural credit facility. I heard you talk about UDB. We also have this at 12%, and it is targeting the small ones, not the very big ones. And so we also have the Small Business Recovery Fund that is meant to benefit the businesses that were affected by COVID-19. This goes at 10%. So if there is a way you can put this information on the portal for the small and medium enterprises to benefit, to have this information, that would be great. And there is also, we work with the association of these small medium enterprises. There is already a database to start from, and they are also located at districts. So we've been working with them. And if there is anything we can do, even into mobile money, we also license these institutions, the national payment systems. And so if there's anything we can do to make this work better, would be more than happy. And we ask that if we can coordinate as government institutions, sometimes we duplicate effort. So if we can coordinate and work together on this, let us know so we can give the support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Round of applause to all the participants, and thank you so much for the questions that did come through. And I love that some of them were just supplements, but also one key aspect that we can take away is the sustainability and the maintenance, which was mentioned by one of the participants right here. But I urge all of us to go check out the portal. Let's see if we can be able to transact, because there is no way you're going to understand any sort of maybe bug, or as an IT student you would understand that there would be a bit of a bug or something needs to be dealt with. I don't want to believe that this is cast in stone. There will be changes periodically, but those changes can only be effected if you give the feedback after getting to use the portal. So I urge all of us to get on to using the portal. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll get on to our conversation. I know it's a Friday, and we already have started having plot for what the evening would look like, so we'll need to end this on time. I want to invite someone to talk about the power of digital systems as the competitive advantage for Uganda's small and medium enterprises, knowing that the construct of Uganda's private sector, as we always say, Uganda is a private sector-led economy. The SMEs constitute the largest percentage, and yet also the challenges are the largest in that category of businesses. And it's always absurd. It's always a joy when they say Uganda is the most entrepreneurial country in the world, one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. Then comes the but. Most of those businesses never see their first birthday. That is the most unfortunate. We want to use such avenues to be able to promote this growth and sustainability for the businesses when they get opened up. So allow me to invite Mr. Joshua Kandwanao from NITAU to come and let us in on this digitalization agenda. And I know that we just launched our digitalization roadmap as Uganda for the next 5 years. What is in it if we get digital as SMEs? Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us. Welcome, Joshua. All right, you'll just give us a few minutes as Joshua gets to set up his presentation, because we want to partake of it visually. I mean, he's digital, so he's just not going to speak off cuff. He's going to use the digital mechanisms to be able to do that. Maybe with that, as I wait for 2-3 minutes, which will not take very long, I would ask about 2-3 more comments, maybe, as we get to have Joshua preparing for that, because after him we'll be listening from the Director General. Anything that seems to have been left unsaid or a burning issue? Yes, there is a hand already right behind. In news, we always say akatalekika. Let me get the lady. Have the microphone. Do we have the microphone very close? There's one on the table here. I could probably help pass it on to you.
Thank you. My name is Audrine. I'm Project Manager Enterprise Development with GIZ. Thank you very much. This is a very great initiative. However, I missed out to know how or what is planned for other players within the industry that have a similar model, who are trying to ensure that digitalization for SMEs is taken into consideration. For example, I know that we have the National Supplier Database with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I know that there is the Industry Enhancement Center that's also coming up that has plans to have a website for SMEs within the country and all. So I think my interest would be to know what has been planned to see that these different initiatives are all speaking together, so that if someone comes to the UIA portal, they have maybe links to the NSD, links to the IEC, and whatnot. Thank you.
All right, and the mic doesn't even have to come to the front. Richard, I'm going to put you on the spot. Where is this complementarity that is coming through? And she also talked about the issue of others who are providing the same. And I think it was also raised on what it feels like that this is competition with the other sector players.
Thank you very much for asking that question. If you don't know UIA, it's a convening power. It's investment promotion agency for the government. We work with private sector and the government. So we are a convening power. We bring them one table, harmonize. So when you go to the portal, we have put useful links, and we are now linking to different websites, URA, URSB, NEMA. So I will coordinate with all the stakeholders that I know are working with SMEs directly to make sure the information is not duplicated and the system can be able to tap into. We have API integration. So the systems can speak to each other, and you are able to main what you want and leave what you don't want. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And Joshua, do we by now have the presentation ready? Okay, let's invite Joshua to come and speak to us from NITA U on the power of digital systems as a competitive advantage. While you're still looking for change, while you're still looking to exchange, Momo is here to just say if you have money on your mobile account, then you can be able to make the transaction, and that's a done deal. We're good, Joshua? All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mildred, and good afternoon, everyone. Is it morning? Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Joshua Kandwanaho from the National IT Authority, and my job there, I'm the business process analyst, but also the BPO coordinator. So BPO is one of the good things that is happening in the world of IT that I don't know that most businesses know about. I see the CEO of Vantage. She's been one of our good players in the BPO sector. I'll later talk about BPO in my presentation and its benefits and advantages to SMEs. But I'm glad to be here today, and it's a very good opportunity to know that we are going digital as a country, trying to automate our business processes, trying to get to our clients much more faster and easier, trying to bring about the conveniences in whatever we do. And the future is really good for Uganda. I want to thank UIA for inviting us. We've been part of the process of development of this portal, and we're glad that today it's being launched. So that's the outline of my presentation. I will dive deep into a clear understanding of what digital tools mean to SMEs and how SMEs can actually adopt some of these tools to be able to work smart, spend less on your processes, or and then yes, next slide. That's just an outline, but ICTs are increasingly becoming very important in all walks of life. Be agriculture, I had the CEO of Volcano Coffee. In agriculture, we're trying to see how ICTs are improving efficiencies for farmers out there in the villages. There are more platforms now coming up in agriculture. We've heard about remote sensing and being able to forecast weather and get all the updates online without you necessarily going to the Uganda Meteorological Authority. With your phones, you can now know exactly how the weather atmosphere is around the city. And if you're a farmer, you can actually plan and be able to grow or be able to make your decisions as a farmer. But ICT is greatly transforming the business community. We've seen that small businesses are adopting ICTs, small digital tools. They may not be necessarily big servers, big data centers, but we're trying to see that businesses across Uganda try to improve in terms of their business automation, though there are still more challenges, like you'll see in my presentation. Next. So when we talk about digitization, basically we mean a shift from paper-based systems, or what we used to call analog, to even becoming or creating businesses or having businesses online. You talk about Momo, digital payments are all digital platforms that are enabling transactions to happen. But then also digitization brings about efficient tools like CRMs, customer relationship management tools, sales tools, marketing tools. We're into now a world of social media. All these are digital tools that are equal to the term digitization. We've also seen that companies are harnessing technology to disrupt much of the business models. How we used to trade back then, from barter trade to even now exchange of money for goods and services, to even now transacting digitally. You can order your product from Amazon with and without being in that place. We've seen more growth in terms of digital payment platforms like PayPal, Amazon Pay, Google Pay, and much of these digital platforms that are really enabling seamless transactions to happen online. Next. Today it's really very hard to imagine business functioning without ICTs or digital tools. We've had the director here mention that the SME portal, one of the things it's doing is profiling. We've seen that businesses in Uganda, most of them are not profiled, which is a big challenge. I happen to have wanted to transact and buy a product online. So I went to this website of a shop. I thought it was in Chikubo, and trying to hit the contact, I called this person, and the person was a farmer in Kapchora. You could imagine that scenario. But more of these are happening, and it's really a problem that most of our businesses in town don't have digital profiles. Yet they're thinking that they're working smart and getting to more clients, but it's actually an impediment to them that they're still running businesses on papers, doing their accounting on forms and Excels, yet there are more systems that actually could get them much more mileage in terms of the clientele that they could get when they went digital. So it's really a challenge. I want to thank UIA for coming up with this portal to be able at least to profile and get geolocations for most of these companies. When you look at the statistics, you find that 90% of our businesses in Uganda don't have web presence. and the 10 that is remaining, 5% have no records or no updates of these records on these platforms. When you hit a Ugandan business, you find that the contacts don't belong to this company, the website is non-functional. So I really implore Ugandan companies to at least try and be proactive in building your company websites, your social media platforms, Instagram pages, Facebook, WhatsApp, and all these really speak to how much you could progress as a business. So we've also seen that most companies are coming up with business models. I find that also it's really a problem to have. I find that most companies out there, they've not automated the entire value chain of their functionalities, right from the time they receive a client up to the time the client exits. It's really a challenge. I would like to point you to one of our e-commerce platforms, which is Jumia. Jumia owns no shop as we speak. Same to Uber, same to SafeBorder. SafeBorder owns no bike. But if you look at their turnovers, they are making around 13 million US dollars. So all this speaks to the power of technology and the power of digital platforms. Uber, I will just give you an example. Uber posted around 35 billion sales or revenues by the end of June 2023. But Uber owns no car. So this shows you the trend, the global trend in terms of adopting and moving from non-digital platforms to digital platforms. These are global players. They own no businesses. You can go to A&B. They own no hotels. They own no apartments across the world, but they're making billions and billions in turnover, just enabled by ICTs. So you can imagine the thousands and thousands of vendors on Jumia who own no shops. When you go downtown, most of these shops are closing. And most of our youth population, most of our clients are moving now to houses, being able to get their merchandise from China and being able to sell it on Jumia without even owning a shop. So this is the trend that we're seeing, and it's good that ICTs are empowering this. Next. So these are some of the benefits which most that we've seen across. We've seen that digital tools promote or boost efficiency and productivity. The way, the simplicity in how you operate as a business, the insights you get, and the being able to at least make meaningful decisions or impactful decisions on informed points of views are also coming up as a result of embedding ICTs in your operations. So you find that data is becoming the new gold of the world, and you can only get that data, those insights, those dashboards if you have systems. So if you don't have systems, if you don't run digital tools for your businesses, it's definitely going to be hard for you. You've seen the banks coming up with profiles. What are the volumes of your transaction as you're applying for a loan? You've done mobile money transactions, you've done bank transactions, but if there is no record of this online, it's going to be hard for you actually to break into a bank and get maybe assisted or get a loan. They will ask you a lot of documents that you don't have. They will ask you a lot of sales receipts that you don't have. But if you're running these on systems, are definitely going to shine. We've also seen that companies that have adopted digital tools are likely to extend their market reach from those that at least come physically to these shops. When you look at businesses that have automated and are selling products online, I find that they have a global reach of clients. I'll give you, I've given you an example of Jumia, but there's also Amazon, there's Alibaba. You find that most of these e-commerce platforms extend to a global reach, which is a very good plus if you're automating or if you're using digital tools. The other benefit when you go digital is that you save a lot of money. You find that, let's say you're running a sales platform. You find that you won't need sales agents. We used to leave campus to run around with businesses as sales agents. They give you some t-shirts, go around streets and sell them, which is not the case now. You find that companies that have really adopted systems and applications are really making great strides. Another benefit for those companies that are really adopted digital tools or platforms is that they are becoming more agile and flexible in terms of quick response to market trends or market demands. You find that if you've automated your platforms, if you automated your businesses, and you look at your sales, you look at those insights into your sales, if you're running, let's say, 10 or 20 products online, and you find that your insights are pointing to a specific product, you're going to make a decision to actually hold too much of that stock. We've had the CEO of Volcano here. Let's say is running a system, a sales system or application or tool, and the biggest market is pointing, let's say, to India for Robusta coffee or Arabica coffee. He's going to make a decision in his company to actually invest more in buying this specific product. So that we've seen as well as an impact of digitizing your processes. We've also talked about the power of collaboration and communication, being able to at least deploy a number of tools, social media platforms, websites, and all these other tools to actually help you communicate better. A customer comes to your business, you don't take their contact, you don't send notifications to them. It's really a challenge. If you're really running a business in this day and age, try and match to have these digital systems to be able to help you reach a number of clients and a number of goals for your business. Next. These are some of the use cases. I really tried to come up with some few use cases. Like you can see, many have talked about the digital payment platforms like Momo, Airtel Pay, PesaPal, but then also there are other use cases for SMEs when it comes to deploying digital tools. There are also CRM systems or applications out there that you could use. There are e-commerce platforms like I mentioned, Jumia. Safe Border is also coming up with an e-commerce platform. Like you can see a border man there. So a person ordered for fresh vegetables from a market. Safe Border man went, purchased them, and is going to deliver. And you know how most of these digital platforms really helped us in COVID times. Who could imagine that pandemic time without digital platforms or without access to information? It will be tremendous for this world, the devastation of this pandemic, if we didn't have digital platforms or if we didn't have ways of better communication. Imagine this pandemic came in a very short time, but in just a few days, people had already researched about the prevention mechanisms that went on to display across the world, and people were very much more informed in these times. How could the population be affected in that era when we didn't have digital platforms or tools for communication? It would be really devastating. Next. These are some of the use case scenarios. Next, this is the PayPal. A merchant went to, a client went to a saloon, but they didn't carry stash money around them, and they were able to use their Visa card to be able to pay for that service. So this is how our platforms of technology are really empowering businesses out there. This is a website that tries to link agro processors, vendors out there selling fresh produce, and clients are moving in to be able to make their orders online, and it's creating a lot of more proceeds for this company. Next. Then there is a source of power of social media. In Uganda, we have around 46, 47 million. And when you look at the statistics from UCC, we have around 20 plus million internet users in the country. But this is a lot of power in our hands as businesses or SMEs that we actually not focus into or not give priority. So we choose to use traditional means of communication, traditional means of exchanging information, yet the ICTs are giving us better platforms to be able to do this and be able to make money. Next. So this is what we've been able to achieve. I'll just give you, this is just a case scenario of government, how we've been able to reduce the turnaround time for our citizens. We've saved government from these institutions that have at least automated their processes, like immigration for the passport, the driving permit. You've seen, I just took few examples of these. You can see immigration for passport from around 30 days to 4 days, saving the country around 300 plus million hours. The online declaration, the ECT for trade license, you've seen how it's reduced from 24 hours to around 15 minutes to get your trade license. You've seen the academic information management system. This is a system used by Makere, reducing time for students to be able to apply online and be able to get their results online from around 3 days to 15 minutes. The same goes to driving permits. We used to spend around 20 plus days in pursuit of driving licenses. It has now reduced to around 20 minutes when you just go down here to any of the offices. So this is the power of automation, the power of digital platforms. These are just snapshots of how government is trying to automate and how this has brought around reduced the delays, they reduced the queues. That's a queue that used to happen in Chambogo. If you ever went there at First Technologies to get your permit, those are the long queues that you'll go through. But all this with automation has reduced. Next. So in conclusion, ICTs, I would like to tell you that the faster we adopt them, the better. And if you fail and delay that, these are things for the future, the world is just going to laugh at you in the next few years. We are now moving into the fourth industrial revolution, where we are looking at big data analytics, artificial intelligence, being able to tell a tool or a computer that, please, where is the next shop, or how can I write a speech, or how can I, say for example, write an application letter for a job, and this system will actually give you that letter in just the shortest time possible. All this is enabled by ICT, and we're looking at how much the power of technology that we have in our hands, and if we better harness it as a population, it will give us a lot of mileage. That's it. I'll give you an example of a man who used to say that, for me, if internet can give me food on my desk, I'll kill myself. Today you can order food on Glovo or Jumia and will get that food delivered at his desk. Actually, that person never hanged himself. The guy is still around and is being able to order food online. So that's the power of technology. I thank you.
A much bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I want to believe that we had known a bit of these advantages, but hadn't, internalized them as much to understand how they could be of importance to us. And now as we operate businesses, whatever you're doing, even in your home, you know that you can be able to sell without going to rent a shop, and then the landlord will be knocking, and then they will increase their rent just as they wish at whatever point in time. Everything that you need, the power of technology is here to harness that. Now, while we were at it, we do have, I would like to recognize the presence of Daniel Richard Makai Nangalama, who is the Acting Executive Director of UNBS. We were talking about standards because we are not just going to put any and anything on the internet when it is not of quality. But also, ladies and gentlemen, there is no way I can fail to appreciate the presence of our chief guest also as well, who is the State Minister for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Evelyn Anite. Very, very much a good student of President Yoweri Museveni when it comes to matters investment, attracting people and, you know, creating jobs for Ugandans right here. And of course about women in business as well. Very, very key at that. Ladies and gentlemen, at it, allow me, as we get to manage time, invite the Director General of the Uganda Investment Authority to speak to us about this portal, how it's going to turn around business. While we thought you're only looking at FDIs, we are now getting something totally different and we're overwhelmed. Let's give him a round of applause. Let me run away before I get dwarfed. I am in heels, but I might look very, very short.
Thank you, MC. Don't worry, you survive. Honorable Minister of State for Finance in charge of privatization and investment, Honorable Anite, our USAID representatives, our partners here, Board of Directors, UIA. I see a few of you here. Maybe you can stand up and please, this is the board, UIA, you're also there. Thank you for coming. Our MTN, it's MTN partner, thank you again. Our investors, private sector, I'm very glad to see a lot of them here. Dr. Tambi has left, Volcano Coffee, the reason we are here. Thank you very much for coming. Our partners, government partners, BOU, welcome. UNBS, I'll consider Chamber of Commerce as our partner, government partner. NITAU, thank you very much for coming. My colleagues at Uganda Investment Authority, there are a few of you here. Thank you for the work. But before we move, I want to call one of our previous colleagues. She retired recently, but this journey of the SME portal started with her. So Winnie Laoko, former director of the SME division of UIA Domestic Investment, come and say something, 1 minute or so. So this journey started with her. So please, Winnie.
Thank you, sir. I will observe protocol. Today is a very exciting day for UIA, for Uganda. I think what has happened today is the reality that ICT can take us to the next level, and it's going to address the compliance area. But for the youth, I leave a message. The youth apprenticeship program will not work unless you address productivity. So I think this portal is going to see us, its final destination is for us to have a platform for SME credit vetting and scoring and agricultural credit scoring. Thank you so much, DG. I was not expecting this, but I'm glad I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you, Winnie. As we can see, you're retired, but you are not tired. And I'm sure I will continue to benefit from your experience, your wisdom, as we implement this. So media, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you. First of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. I want to thank our partners. USAID, Feed the Future, MTN, thank you for coming on board. And I know we have just started the journey. We're going to walk along this journey together. So thank you for coming. Feed the Future is part of USAID. You know, Honorable Minister, 2 years ago, you indicated or you instructed us that we should shift from the SME division and make it the domestic investor division of Uganda Investment Authority. You know, there's always this UIA, international investors, there's that confusion, but we are here for investors, both domestic and international investors. The incentives that apply to our domestic investors, to our international investors, actually apply to our domestic investors. So for us, this launch of this SME portal is absolutely critical. I asked myself this question: if we have an international investor coming to our country and wants to link up with someone here, where do they go? And this is what the SME portal for me is about. you have our investors, domestic investors. I want to go away from just calling them SMEs. These are creating jobs for our people. They are domestic investors. Someone from the US, for example, wants to buy coffee. Why does he need to go through the bureaucracy that we have? Go to the portal, link up with a SME or a domestic investor that we have profiled. So the international investor should be proud or should know that we have gone through the compliance system. If he's on our portal, you can deal with them directly. Go ahead and do the business deal. So for me, the SME portal is beyond just getting SMEs and putting them in a portal and listing them by sector. For me, it's about enhancing the investment environment in our country and removing that bureaucracy and allowing international investors to deal directly with a business person here, because I think businesses know, they discuss, they know how to engage and do the deals. So I would look forward to the SME portal deals being done. So after a year or so, we should come back, look at the portal and say how much money has been made from investors internationally, linking up with our domestic investors, doing a deal online without bureaucracy. For me, this is the value of this SME portal. The other day, I was on Google. Sometimes I Google the president, and he said the PO box money is Uganda. PO box, if you want to make money, PO box money is Uganda. There's a lot of money here. It's very true. There's a lot of money there's entrepreneurship. These young people, you have 17.5, the average age of Uganda. People are educated. People are willing to work. They have ideas. Get on our portal. Let us profile you. Ensure if you have capacity issues, we work with USAID, we work with MTN, we work with our partners. Build your capacity so that you are ready to link directly with an international investor and do the deal. So for me, we are just here to facilitate SMEs to do deals and make money. I don't want, there are many other partners that we've got, the USIA, Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. There is another one, the Federation of Small Scale Industries. They are part of our partners here. They do very great work in the SME space. This is not to take over or to compete. We work with them, but for us, let's go the other level. And they help in organizing the SMEs. Let's go to the next level and let the SMEs just make money. So I will concentrate on that when I'm looking at the KPIs of my entities who are dealing with this SME portal. How much money has the domestic investor made? That for me is the only measure. We shall go beyond that, and you see, we have what we call bankable projects. And I think that's also a role of Uganda Investment Authority. Let us now, and I know we have very many partners who will work with us, beyond just profiling them, we should go beyond that and develop bankable projects. So you give an idea to a local investor or to a domestic investor and say, this is a project in coffee, this is a project in shea butter, return on investment, you only put $40,000, return on investment is whatever percentage, you recover your money in 5 years, here is it. So we as Uganda Investment Authority will develop those bankable projects and give them free to these entities, so that you can look for your partners internationally or even mobilize your own money and do these projects. So once you're on our portal, you'll be able to access this and benefit from that. Our incentives. For me, again, this is trying to demystify the international versus domestic investment. The incentives for domestic investors, the threshold is even lower for our domestic investors and international investors. So we are hoping that if you are on this portal, one way to access our incentives is through this. You formalize, we shall support you to get registered, get our investment license, which will give you in 48 hours maximum. Access the incentives of Uganda Investment Authority. You are an SME, $50,000 minimum of turnover of money, not money in the bank, but $50,000 business. You can access land in our industrial park, free land. A land industrial park is not sold. Free land for the domestic investor. So we're going to build 25 industrial parks across the country. There will be SME incubation points at these industrial parks, which are free. But again, since you are going into production, value addition, you also get access to that land. The reason all these industrial parks are regional is to democratize industrialization. Not only Kampala, not only Jinja, Nebi should have an industrial park, Kisoro should have one. Karamoja should have an industrial park, Mbale should have an industrial park. You don't need to come to Kampala to add value to your products in Karamoja. The park will be there. And you can access that park free as a domestic investor. You'll have the electricity there, you'll have the water there, you'll have the security, you'll have the SME park, you have internet cabling. Basically, you come in and plug and play. So this is also to encourage you, go and benefit from our incentives. A lot of you SMEs do import plant and machinery here, but you pay tax for that plant and machinery for value addition. Get a UIA investment license. This plant and machinery that you import is free of tax. It is your right, it's your incentive. So my hope is with the SME portal, once you're there, we shall, and that's something we should add on the portal, the incentives and how to be able to access them for our domestic investors. Of course, we are the one-stop center. I'm very glad that UNBS is here, and thank you for putting people at the UIA one-stop center. All investors, domestic and international, come to Uganda Investment Authority. You get all the services of government for business and investment. You'll get the NIRA, the national ID is in our office, immigration, work permits, because some of you SMEs might need international expertise that you don't have here. You can get work permits from Uganda Investment Authority, and you bring those stuff to work for you. URSB is in the one-stop center of Uganda Investment Authority. Register the business. URA is in the one-stop center. Get a TIN number. When you finish that, there is a bank. DTB is at the one-stop center. So our idea is you walk in, register your business, get a TIN number, open the bank account, and move out and start doing business. So as a domestic investor, you should be able to benefit from all that. So for me, my value for this SME portal is we need to enhance our middle class. We need to just facilitate the conversation between the businesses, be it domestic investors talking to each other to get deals done, or international investors coming together and talking to get the deal done. For me, that's it. And we shall try as much as possible to ensure that we continue to make ourselves more current, relevant. The other day, my man from Volcano Coffee, you remember, there was the head of the SME for India, just from my Twitter, saw what I was doing with you, and you got in touch. Now you're going to sell coffee to India. She should be able, and I'm in touch with her now, to just connect her SMEs in India to our SME portal, and you just talk directly. So for me, this is what we'll continue doing. So with that, really, I would like to thank again the sponsors, our partners, my colleagues UIA. I know it has been a journey, but we are here. The work has just started. The person who talked about an app, that is very critical. You shouldn't have to go to a website, to a computer. You're very right. SME portal should do it on the phone. So whatever it takes to get that SME portal on your app, go to Google Play and download it. We are going to do that. You should be able to now just register and link up with your business. The world has changed. We should do that, and I'll make sure that is done. So with that, really, for me, thank you very much for coming here. But for me, the value of this is to facilitate deal making between our investors, both domestic and international, remove that bureaucracy. You two just talk to each other and make the deals. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General. It was intentional. I waited you first to leave, then I can come back and stand here as well. You see, I even had to lower my mic when was above my head. But anyway, thank you so much. Those were very kind remarks, and I totally agree with you that the phone, even when it comes to media, we're all fighting to be on the phone. That is the most important thing. If I asked how many of you have sat before your desktop, not even laptop, just desktop, or even the laptop, you get to do a lot of things on your phone, and that is the screen that everyone should be fighting for to be able to get the attention. I'll just have about 2 or so people speaking again before we invite the Honorable Minister to officially launch this. But I think we've been seated for too long. And the most common diseases now are not any other but the diseases the president calls diseases of prosperity, diseases that come from lifestyle. We sit for too long, we don't want to exercise. So I'm just going to request that we stand up wherever you are, create a bit of space and stretch out a little bit, you know. We have a few more minutes to go before we conclude this, but stretch your back a little, stretch your legs if you need to move a few meters away from where you are, stretch your neck. That is very, very important. As long as you don't need to hit your neighbor, all right? I am not saying people stretching, I am just saying people standing up. You need to, or you're stretching in the spirit. Some of you are like, I am stretching in the spirit. I have closed my eyes and I can see my back stretching out and everything else. It's really, really important to always, even just to stand. I could as well request that we complete the next session standing, but no, I won't do that. Okay, we can get seated. Unless that was good enough for your body, we'll be able to have the next one as we wind up this. So ladies and gentlemen, I think what is very clear is that the digital roadmap and journey that we have decided to take, or that we thought, by the way, I always say that COVID came as a blessing in disguise to one extent. Of course, let's leave alone all the negativity, the number of friends and relatives who died, and the country and the entire world coming to a standstill. But when it comes to the digital aspect, this is when we realize that these things we are talking about of artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, were not a thing of the future, right? They were a thing of now, and every one of us was struggling. I remember the bufferings that did happen with meetings. Some of you used to buffer those meetings by intention because probably you're not ready, or they called your name and you weren't paying attention to, so you freeze, automatically freeze. When they ask you, freeze. When they leave you, then the network becomes better. We know that also happened intentionally. But the internet of doing things is the now and it is the future. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we talk about digital payments. We're talking about cashless economy, where I can be able to move. Back in the day, you would say, I have to move with some money. I may step someone's nuts on the road. You know, when we still had roadside vendors, But the government has probably cleared that. So you're not going to step on anyone's merchandise. Feel free to move with money on your card or on your phone, and you'll be able to pay. And I'd like to invite MTN Uganda, Mr. Ibrahim Senyonga, the General Manager, MTN Business, to come and speak about these digital payments and just how much more. I love that earlier we asked if we can allow for cross-border transactions, which was clearly elaborated. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Ibrahim Senyonga from MTN Business to come and speak to us.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, State Minister for Privatization and Investment, Chairman, Uganda Investment Authority Board and Directors present here today, Deputy Director, General, Uganda Investment Authority, Director, UIA Domestic Investment Division, Director of E-Services, NITA-U, Economic Growth Director, USAID, Captains of the industry, all protocol observed. A wise man once said, the man who knows how will always have a job, and the man who knows why will always be his boss. As MTN, we are grateful for this partnership with the Uganda Investment Authority, bringing to life a portal that will expose investors to the SME sector. The National SME Portal is an online one-stop center that will offer aggregated information and data on SMEs, business ideas, technology, skills development of local enterprises through linkages and business service providers in Uganda. This launch is not isolated. It's It is a part of the national ambition, the digital transformation journey that was recently launched, 2025-2027. Next week, in line with that, MTN Business will be repositioning as an ICT player. Believe me or you, there will be a lot in the kitchen for our SMEs. At MTN, we believe everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected world, connecting businesses to businesses, businesses to opportunities, and businesses to knowledge. This way, we can get business done better. Our ambition, 2025, is to lead solutions from an ICT perspective for Africa. What we are launching today is in line with this ambition. We are indeed very proud of this partnership, and Uganda Investment Authority, from the perspective of our partnership, has full backing of MTN. MTN is pleased to report that MTN Mobile Money is enabling payments for businesses that will be on this platform, driving e-commerce adoption. SMEs can also leverage the 9,500 kilometers of fiber we have, border to border. On average, on a monthly basis, we have about 8,000 SMEs getting onboarded onto this connection. We have 15 metro rings that will also be available. Metro rings, we mean areas or districts where we have fiber on every single street for SMEs. They will also stand to leverage our 5G technology that was recently launched, because the future of development is very much digital, very much about enabling not only the companies, but the people behind the SMEs. With this partnership, we are going to continue to play a pivotal role in the next couple of years in all sectors that bind SMEs, that drive SMEs, that guide them. Because we believe success will depend on collective effort, since together we are unstoppable. Further to this, we plan to leverage the engagement framework that is already existing with Uganda Investment Authority, that with SMEs, including the National SME Portal, to continuously introduce SMEs to ICT solutions that will bring efficiencies to this business. We have heard about solutions like cloud, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, unified communication, API. API is simply software that enables platforms to speak to each other. Software-defined network, hosted PBX, security as a service, fiber to the home, fiber to the office. SMEs are going to have an opportunity to leverage this. Recently, someone said digitization is the ink in which our future will be written, and true so. We thank and we give extra thanks to Uganda Investment Authority for the consideration of partnering with MTN, because together we are unstoppable. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, another round of applause to Mr. Senyonga. And like he clearly said, I don't know whether yours you want to be written in ink or you want to write with a pencil, so that someone can come and rub at some point in time and you'll be able to lose that data. It is now or never. Like they always say, oh, you want to read the book, the cheese has moved. If you don't want to change, what is the statement? If you don't want to change? If you don't want to change, some of us might be able to get changed by change automatically because we didn't accept to change earlier on. That was brilliant, that was great, and I think enabling payments is very, very crucial Gone are the days when we had to put money in socks, the men, you remember those days? Or for a man to be, you have a very huge wallet and you have a protruding back, so because you have a lot of money in your wallet. Gone are those days. Now you just have to, you need to have a bit of cards in your wallet and you're good to go. But I still wonder why men have very huge wallets. What are you keeping in there? Cards, business cards or transaction cards for payment? We'll have a discussion about that much later on. But thank you so much. We'll have our next remarks coming in from the Uganda Investment Authority, and representing the board. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Mr. Angelo Izama to come and speak to us about how important this is. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
The Lord is good all the time. Thank you everyone for coming. I wanted to convey the apologies of the chairman of the board of the authority, Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, who couldn't make it. But myself and my colleagues are here. Our board is a small board. We are 7 people, I think. But Godfrey, who represents the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Joshua Mutambi is a commissioner with the Ministry of Trade, and Honorable Beatrice Empire, and myself are here. We recognize the importance of this particular point in our journey, and I want to repeat how important it is for everyone involved. I would like to thank the team here. The Investment Authority is a very, very busy place. Richard and his team have been burning the midnight candle to try and make the portal a reality. It's been a journey of a couple of years, and so it gives me great pleasure to see that we're essentially crossing the Rubicon and getting to a place where things are going to start happening. Allow me to thank also the supervisor of the authority, the Honorable Minister for State for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Evelyn Anite, who, as you all know, is a hands-on member of the cabinet. And wherever we are, she's lock and step behind us, and gives us great confidence in trying to accomplish all the things we have set in our ambitious agenda to transform the country, first via industrialization, but also providing the Ugandan business person all the tools at our disposal to change their lives and provide us with a decent future. I couldn't help noticing on my way here the pictures of all the presidents, from Apollo Milton Obote, all the way to Yoweri Museveni. This used to be called the Apollo Milton Obote Hotel. And when I was a young person, initially at the Army Primary School in Bugolobi, and then transferred to Nakasero Primary School behind me here, we used to walk from the lower primary to this place. It is difficult to describe how things have changed in Uganda. I only want to talk about this because sometimes when we think about the challenges before us, you can forget our desire to remain optimistic about our prospects. Right up here where there's Kampala Club, when we were walking down to school, back in the day, sometimes you'd pass Honorable Minister and there'd be a bad smell. You think it's a dog that has died. 3 days later, the Kampala City Council comes with, they used to have these tractors with some kind of thing, and they would be scooping human remains onto the tractor. We were young people. You couldn't get fruits and vegetables. So our uncles who were brave enough would risk going to Mukono, and there was a stretch where people would die in large numbers to bring back fruits and vegetables. And houses would be filled. If you're lucky, you have charcoal. If you're lucky, you have got fruits. But life has stabilized. It's still chaotic, but let us just say that there's a lot of room for optimism. Now, the role of the authority really is to generate that optimism and drive it by bringing all the tools that the government policymakers have made and delivering them to the private sector. I cannot emphasize enough, however, the urgency of what entrepreneurs are doing. Sure enough, you know, I used to be a young person, now I'm approaching 50. But as you well know, the job of entrepreneurship is not just to make money. You guys are providing solutions. You're determining solutions on how we eat, what we eat, how we travel to work, where we live. This is really the job of entrepreneurship. Okay? But it's such an urgent job. And so you take this mybusiness.go.ug, but you think about it when you go back home, that the job of entrepreneurship, the urgency that is at our hands, we are chasing time, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We cannot afford to lose time, and you as entrepreneurs, you cannot afford to waste the resources that are available to you. You have to respect those opportunities and embrace them with both hands and do something today. I first heard the term paid unemployment by reading a paper that was part of a school project, university project that Honorable Anita had written. I don't think she's published it. Paid unemployment is a situation where you have a job, but it really doesn't. It's not sufficient. You go to work, but if you're earning 100,000, it is not enough. How does someone like that survive? The job of your entrepreneurs here is to make sure that the people who are in that category, the vulnerable people, have got quality jobs. Here in Uganda, I was looking at a slide earlier today. Since 2013, the deficit for jobs created has been growing by a factor of 10%. So now you have an average of about 700,000 jobs per year to create. Where are those jobs going to come from? This is the urgency of the situation. There is also a mismatch, because we talk about optimism, and Uganda has got a lot of potential, obviously. But there is no Ugandan dollar billionaire. It's embarrassing. The dollar billionaires in Kenya, I think 6 or 7. Tanzania has got maybe 15. There are some here who are in the real estate sector who may posture as if they have $1 billion worth in their enterprises, but they don't. How can you be, as young entrepreneurs, live in a country with so much potential and you do not have a dollar billionaire? Katabazi, you know. It's embarrassing. And it is not because we're not doing enough to give you the tools. Between 2022 and 2021, UIA incentives, what we call deferred revenue, the investment that the government puts in your hand, averaged 2.4 trillion. That's it's not small money. So the government is deferring revenue, transferring that to you in the form of both domestic and foreign investors, in the form of tax breaks and all these incentives. 2.4 trillion, that's a huge investment by the Ugandan taxpayer. Okay? So it's embarrassing that our small businesses are not growing at the rate that the infrastructure available to them, including this portal, provides. So you have to close the gap between our potential, okay, and what you're doing. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the urgency of the situation. Of course, having digital resources, as Joshua says, it narrows the gap. It makes that potential easier to achieve. And I'm glad that we stand here today making sure that this tool works for every business that needs it. As I said, UIA is a busy place. After this is done, I understand from the management team that they will be launching a virtual deal room together with some of our development partners. The virtual deal room is basically what the Director General was referring to, a place where you can come and transact joint ventures and all these things. I also know, and someone asked about this, about the National Supplier Database and other programs of a similar nature. The authority has an understanding with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and the National Supplier Database, we actually have a copy at UIA. I think Richard and his team will be turning it into a searchable database available on this portal. Of course, digital technologies also mean that we can overcome one of the endemic problems of our country, at least as far as the administrative state is concerned, which is that there are so many silos. When I used to be in the think tanks, we used to call this the asymmetry that the gentleman from the Bank of Uganda was referring to. Everyone is working on their own lane and no one is talking to each other. We recognize those asymmetries, and as the authority under their one-stop philosophy, we're trying to integrate as many government services as possible in a functional and in a practical way. I finally want to say to the businesses that are here, I see my friend Anthea from Apartees, that we don't want you to fail. I have a slide on my laptop which has a death valley. The death valley is where businesses go, get stuck, and die. Okay? They have investment, but they can't generate enough cash flows to get out of that curve. And the curve is defined by these things which I'm going to leave you with. One, they can't raise enough capital. How do you fix that? So there's a financing mechanism here. And places for like the Bank of Uganda's agricultural facility. I see my friend Eraya here, who's very passionate about financing small businesses. And one of the most aggressive programs is by the Uganda Development Bank. I don't know, Eraya, do people know you? You can stand up. This man here, he gives money for small businesses at a rate that in the next year will be perhaps under 11 and maybe under 11%, maybe even 10%. A grace period of 2 years or more. If you're a young business, you're youth-led or women-led, there's a special portion of that for you. Most people don't know that with UDB you can borrow up to 750 million shillings, and as low as 50 or even less. Okay? I hope, Iraya, you're coming to put your special programs on there, on the portal. These programs are available. You can sit down. So there's financing that is part of this. Businesses cannot scale in that death valley. Why? Because they don't have enough customers to get out of that loop. So with digital technologies, you can scale. Then there's the elephant in the room, which is that most businesses have got legacy problems. They don't keep books properly. They don't hire right. They have debt from very many places. They don't want to tell the bank if they come to Iraya that they have got some other debt. Even on MTN, Momo, some of them, have to go from one provider to the other because they have got debt on their mobile phones. Those bad habits of capacity, they restrain. But most important, and I'll end with this, entrepreneurs burn out. If you do not have the resources, you're not building your capacity, you don't have enough financing, you get weary and tired, and most of them drop out. Okay? We don't want you to fail. Our intention is that you continue to succeed And please count on us. We are all in the same family. We are all one community. Come to the Investment Authority, get an investment license, take advantage of this architecture that is available, paid for by the Ugandan taxpayer, okay? And then let's grow and sustain our optimism and, you know, march towards a much brighter future. I thank you very much, and I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angelo Izama. None of us would ever dream or even think about getting into that Death Valley. No one starts a business for it to fail. Does anyone start that? Unless you're starting a business for the status, and no one definitely does that. You want to start a business to see it grow and be able to fulfill. And I totally agree that many of employed people are trapped in that gap of what the minister is writing about. You have a salary, you wake up every day, and you even remind yourself, if it wasn't for this money, I wouldn't be at office today. So you have no other driving factor apart from the fact that you have some money which is coming through. But you really, really need to expand your horizon and make sure that you use money to make money. Like Mr. Senyonga told us, those who know how, you get employed. Those who know why, they become your bosses at the end of the day. So the why is in solving the problems. And you can be able to actualize, you can be able to find out a problem within your community. You don't need to go far. Before you think global, start from your own community. What problem is there? How can you be able to solve it? You have a business running and it will have a ready market coming through. I think that's how business goes. But this business of thinking, Joshua put up an internet cafe and it is working. Ask those people who had internet cafes what is happening to them right now. And you remember those cameramen who used to come and take pictures? They even squat, they take all the angles. You have to first shower and be ready for the picture. Where are they now? I mean, sometimes you have to think about these changes and adapt a little bit more quicker and make sure that you can be able to move up with the times. Before we get to our official launch and of course inviting the our guest of honor, allow me have some remarks from Madam Emmy Bila, who is the Director Economic Growth. Madam Emmy, you see in the Central Region when you say Mr., which is civil, that applies, and it's a woman being referred to as that, you know that person is a royal, so probably seeing some royalty in yourself. But let's give a round of applause to Bila as she comes to speak to us from USA.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Again, my name is Amy Beeler. I'm the Director of the Economic Growth Office at USAID, which is happy to help contribute to this event and the launch of the portal. Before I begin my official speech on behalf of the US government, I wanted to appreciate my personal thanks and interest in the agenda for today and how it included that session on questions and answers. I, as someone who is still relatively new to Uganda, I've been here for just 1 year. I'm so struck and impressed by the openness and the willingness of people to share their feedback and of people to accept that feedback. I thought that such dialogues of having private sector very vocal, government vocal, actively listening, representatives from the chamber listening and feeling energized to offer that feedback was so wonderful to see, and it's something that we at USAID continue to support through our activity that has helped organize today's event, ISS. And I hope to continue myself to participate in some of those dialogues. I would encourage the representative from the Chamber of Commerce to link up directly with the representative from business who commented specifically on youth graduating from university and not quite understanding what it means to be in a workplace is a problem that the world, it's a global issue, that having an entity like the Chamber assist with helping to prepare students and understand, help educational institutions understand what's needed is such an important link. And I really appreciated that point being made. So I applaud and thank everybody who participated in this morning's discussion, and I know that that will continue. But as I mentioned, I'm here to give remarks on behalf of the U.S. government. So let me begin by recognizing the Honorable Minister of State for Privatization and Investment. It's been a pleasure meeting you today. Other senior officials from government ministries, departments, and agencies, donor and development partners who are here, academia and research fraternity members, members of the private sector and civil society representatives, representatives from the Uganda Investment Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Again, I say good morning. I appreciated the stretch, so I'm going to continue stretching, I think, as I am standing to speak. Feel free to also stand if you need to. On behalf of the U.S. government, I would like to really emphatically congratulate the Uganda Investment Authority on today's launch of the National Small and Medium Enterprises Portal. As we've heard today, the portal will foster collaboration among the businesses and government service providers, such as the Uganda Registration Services Bureau and the Uganda Revenue Authority, among others. The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, recognizes the importance of digital tools and technologies to the growth of competitiveness of businesses, and we are extremely proud today to support the development of this SME portal. USAID has actually launched its own global digital strategy, which aims to improve development outcomes through the use of digital technology. As we've heard from our presenters today, digital ecosystems, which consist of stakeholders, systems, and enabling environments, empower people and communities to use technology to access services, engage with others, and pursue economic opportunities in our partner countries like Uganda. Globally, the U.S. government is working toward a future, as we've discussed today, where digital technologies promote inclusive growth, foster resilient and democratic societies, and empower all, including the most vulnerable. USAID hosted a 3-day session on evidence gathering on development in Karamoja, for example. So I was really pleased to hear the times that Karamoja was mentioned today as an example for how using digital services can increase inclusive development across Uganda. The SME portal that we're launching today will facilitate access to information and services that were otherwise unattainable to many ordinary Ugandan businesses. For example, we've seen examples of small millers and traders who will now be able to access services such as business registration, taxes, finance, and marketing on one single platform. That's amazing. Digital platforms like UIA's portal offer significant benefits, such as cost reduction, improved operational efficiencies, access to new customers, and enhanced business growth. Such innovative digital solutions will enable Uganda's SMEs to stay competitive, profitable, and successful in local and hopefully global markets, as mentioned this morning. Many of us have witnessed the current rapid global technological transformation. We see governments and the private sector making efforts to establish affordable and resilient digital infrastructure and services to help individuals, businesses, and the public sector cope with all of these changes. A few years ago, USAID supported, for example, the launch of Uganda's first electronic permitting system for legally importing and exporting endangered wildlife. This was a critical contribution for controlling wildlife crime in Uganda, and it's just an example of our support for Uganda's digital transformation. And I'm really reassured today to hear that such major players in Uganda's digital economy are already showing interest in the SME portal. Uganda's National Vision 2040 regards SMEs as an engine of economic growth, development, and transformation. And in this context, for the last 10 years, USAID has directly supported the development of over 12 government policies that promote private sector-led development. Our commitment to the development of Uganda's SMEs is a generational investment to advance Uganda's economic growth and development. USAID has also supported the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives to automate the Cooperative Registration Management Information System to improve and shorten registration processes. Another example of USAID's support and commitment to work with the GOU to help create digital spaces for the growth of SMEs. and that registration system is improving and shortening the registration processes, reducing operational costs, enhancing traceability, and strengthening governance. Coming back to today's SME portal, the operationalization of it and other related digital platforms will improve planning, governance, risk management, monitoring and evaluation, resource management, and workflow management. We believe that digital solutions like UIA's SME portal will deliver critical services to the poorest segments of Ugandan society, create more jobs, strengthen small and medium businesses, enable trade and services, and above all, build resilience to shocks. I'm happy to note that business development service providers are already profiled on the portal to foster even more private sector growth. Today marks a milestone in our support for digital transformation. Now that UIA has a functional SME digital platform, I urge UIA to leverage opportunities presented by USAID's current drive to digitize systems of public and private sector organizations. A broader interconnected digital ecosystem will significantly improve the flow of goods and services, enhance specialization, and have a positive influence on Uganda's economic growth. So I think we heard a little bit about that this morning of making sure platforms are speaking to each other, and I heard some great responses to those questions. But we encourage everyone to integrate their standalone systems so that they speak to each other. And as I said, after hearing all the comments this morning, I have no doubt that Uganda is on the right path to its growth trajectory. And again, really on behalf of USAID and the US government, I offer my really strong congratulations to UIA on this achievement, and I look forward to the official launch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. And with your stay here, I hope that you are loving the Pearl of Africa. and I hope that you've visited quite a number of areas. If you haven't, the person who is seated on your right can be delegated to help take you across, because I know that she has traveled the country, moving, of course, to promote investment and be able to see that we fight unemployment in the country. And since you said you can't wait, you're very eager to have the official launch, allow me invite our guest of honor, who is also going to do us the honors much later on after speaking to us to do the official launch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the State Minister for Privatization and Investment in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Evelyn Anite. Welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Mildred, who is also an entrepreneur. The US mission, you said feed the future. I love that. Feed the future. The Director General of Uganda Investment Authority, protocol-wise, allow me recognize the Board of Directors of Uganda Investment Authority, the UIA management and staff, the head of the different government ministries and departments, and our SMEs. I would like to recognize you by asking you to put up your hands if you are in business, because I really want to know by sector so that I'm able to deliver my message appropriately. So now in government, we are promoting four sectors, and I want to understand that we have all the four sectors represented here. So I will start with those who are in commercial agriculture and doing value addition in commercial agriculture. Let's clap for them. Thank you. Oh, I didn't know that some civil servants are doing that. Thank you for listening to the call. Very good. And those who are in the room who are in the ICT sector. Very good. We're talking about ICT. There's a hand behind there, that lady there. The lady in red, ICT. Can I hear what you're doing in ICT?
We do provide business process outsourcing, and also we were part of this process that developed the business, the SME portal.
Very good. Yeah. Thank you. She's doing BPO. I'm very excited about that. Those who are in manufacturing. Okay, can we see you stand up, manufacturers? Like myself. Very good, thank you. We're having those in manufacturing and those who are in services. Finally, those in services. You're in a hotel, you're in logistics, legal, very good. Those are in services. Thank you. Let's clap for all the 4 sectors. I was doing this to try to do accountability, that I didn't want to talk to a room filled with politicians. Because the politicians do politicking, and we are not here to politic. I am a former politician, I'm an entrepreneur. And I want to tell you that there is no better joy that you find in entrepreneurship than if you're in politics. If you're in politics, they'll always be telling you, when you drive, when you dress, when you cough, when you talk, they say taxpayers' money, taxpayers' money. Correct? But when you're in business, it is your sweat, right? So let us clap for all those who are in business. And I want to thank the agencies who are here, and I'm very, very excited that we are doing the SME portal launch today. My interest is in the functionality of the SME portal. Now, when we're in politics, we make big statements, we shall do this for you, we will do that for you. Sometimes when we don't do, we say you didn't vote right, or when we do, we fail to do, we shall always have to give an excuse that we shall do it in the next government. But when we're in business, we have to get it done. Correct? Now, our president is a businessman as well. And he's been championing doing business in the country. And he's been telling politicians to move away from politicking and looking at it as a career, but looking at business as their career. So for me, I'm very, very excited to be talking and being a student of His Excellency the President, listening to him and giving me this job of being the Minister of Investment. I felt tempted to move away from being a politician, but being in that area where you create jobs, which is the 4 sectors of the growth, which contribute to the growth of our economy. And as you've seen, the 4 sectors do not include politics. So whatever we're doing here is strictly about business. And when we want to talk business, you have to ask us, what are the enabling environments, or what are the enablers that we have put as government together to ensure that you do your business effectively? So I believe that the SME portal is one of them, but perhaps I have to start from what is very key for us. And I want to make it very interactive, because I don't want to put it in your mouth, so that if you say it correctly, and I'll say, yes, we're doing the right thing. So I want to ask someone who is in commercial agriculture. Anyone in commercial agriculture? Just put up your hand, because I'm going to ask you the question. Yes. What do you value most as a business person, and that you feel that government has to have it in place? Give the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm Joshua. I wear 2 hats. First, as a civil servant, but my next hat is into farming. I'm a director of Frank Farm Estates, and we do value chains for dairy and beef, and we're also venturing into crop. But our biggest problem is into access of markets.
Access to market.
Yes, that's our biggest for now.
Now, that's where I want to start. Access to market, and I'll answer how we have been able to enable you to have access to market. So looking at Uganda alone, we're talking about 48 million people. That is the market. How have we made it possible to make sure that you have this access to market? We want to start from repairing the feeder roads. And you will see that we have put money per district, 1 billion as government, to ensure that the roads are done very well, so that you are able to take your product to the nearest market. But not only have we done that, you've seen us connecting roads between Uganda and DRC, between Uganda and Rwanda, linking from Uganda being a landlocked country, linking us between Uganda. We're now having ship that we have put, the Pamba and Kawa, taking us, connecting us to Tanzania through the water. because connectivity is very, very important, and that's what he's talking about, market. And that is what government is doing. But we are just talking about linking you to the regional market of 300 million people. But our president has gone further to linking you not only to the regional market, but linking us to the African Free Trade Zone of having 1.4 billion people. Now, his challenge being market, access to market. We've moved ahead, and I want to, before I stretch it internationally, how many people in agriculture and also just in business generally believe that access to market is a challenge? Good? All of you. So I need to explain this more. By the way, today I'm not going to be reading these bureaucratic speeches. I'm going to make sure that it is very practical, very, very interactive, and so that you get out of this conference or this summit with something and you know that your government is truly doing something for us. Now, you saw what the president has been doing. He has linked us with the European market, that you can take anything but arms to the European market. So why are you not accessing it? I just want to understand. To the US market. Recently we went to London, and we got market of taking all our beef to London without any payment of taxes. So can I hear why we are not accessing that market? What is the challenge? Non-tax barriers. Example of non-tax barrier is quality. So we have to make sure that we put quality products in the market. If you're not going to handle your product very well, by the way, I manufacture 5 different products. And as a businesswoman, and I will tell you that the customer will not take your product if the product is not packaged well. So packaging of your product, getting the certificates. UNBS is here, they will tell you. UNBS has had to come annually. Every year I have to certify my products. Now I know that there are some investors who tell me, local Ugandans tell me, they think the amount that UNBS is charging is too high. UNBS, what do you plan to do for us to bring that down? Take the microphone to UNBS. Tell us how you are very friendly and you're going to make us to certify our products such that the NTR, the non-tariff barrier is broken, because one of them is standard of our product.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Minister. I think the whole issue is that we must appreciate that quality comes at a cost. And the way you are talking...
Kindly stand up so that they can see you.
What I was saying,
yes,
the starting point is to appreciate that we need to have quality products on the market, to make sure that our products are competitive locally and internationally. Now, if we start from there, then whatever cost that will come, we'll appreciate it. Just like we pay for electricity and other fixed costs, overheads, that is for us as entrepreneurs, as business people. 2, as UNBS, we have interventions that we have started. As you may be aware, we did a reduction of fees from 800 to 500.
Good.
And we continue to look at the processes. In summary, there are things that are to be done by us as entrepreneurs, by us as regulators, that's UNBS, and other actors. I want to go much in it, but
I want to thank you that government has worked to ensure that there's a reduction from 800 to 500 for you to certify your products.
Very true, madam.
And I think that they want us to go further down. Is that what your wishes are? So we will have to make sure that we collect more taxes so that we'll be able to reduce that. Thank you. Let's clap for him.
But just to emphasize, Madam Honorable Minister, is that quality comes at a cost. and we are to make our products competitive, either internally, locally, and internationally.
How have you made it very easy for the entrepreneur to be able to access the certification of their products?
Through standardized promotion, we do awareness, and we have done also automation of our services. You just visit our website and you'll be able to see the services and how you can access. We have simplified even standards. You can have them in local languages. There's a whole...
And how long does it take for me to get my product certified? Because you're delaying me. I want to go to the market. I want to sell quickly. I have market in Algeria.
Currently, our constraints takes us about 3 months, but we're trying to work down
3
the
months
road.
is too long. We are working. Our president has directed us that we should reduce this to 48 hours. So that is what we have to do.
We're going to work on that.
Very good. Thank you very much. Because we're in a competition. It is the early bird catches warmth. That is what they say. And the fast will win. Or the fastest will win. So if you're going to take 3 months to certify your product, I can assure you your neighbor is going to overtake you and take the product there before you. And you know the consumers. They get hooked. Once a consumer is hooked into a product, whatever you do, you will never change the mind of the consumer. So you have to double your effort. So please, we need to address that issue and work onto the standard of 48 hours. How many of you think that the other challenge is access to credit? How many of you, just by a show of hand, access to credit? Now, we have the proprietors, we have the government agencies responsible for access to credit. And when we meet like this, if you're a civil servant, come knowing that Anita will pick you. So, access to credit. As government, the president announced that COVID hit all of us, and because of that, we must have a package for SMEs like yourselves, that we must have this money to a tune of 200 billion. How many of you has accessed the money yet? And remember, when Kampala, nobody has accessed. Bank of Uganda, can you come and explain what's happening with our money?
Madam.
Thank you. We are happy. I like the organizers. Thank you for inviting the relevant officers. Please, let's first clap for BOU. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we've had this money for 2 years. We've done everything possible to do awareness. But one of the challenges, the people you see here, I think are very big. The loan size, the biggest, you can access only up to 200 million. That is the maximum you can access. And the other challenge you have with the smaller ones is that most of them are not formal. As we have said, when you go to borrow, you need to have some records, you need to have a bank account. And we are targeting people like taxis, border, saloons, bars. Those really are the smaller ones, but they are informal. But there's a transmission mechanism. Now, when we started the campaigns, we are seeing the number of applications going up. We have lent little money because the borrowers are small. People come for as much as 500,000. 500,000.
How many of you want 500,000 to support your business? You're right. Oh, there's one there.
Yes, now they can contact me and we start the process.
I want to use as my litmus test. Help me as the supervisor of BOU. Go and access. If you fail, my number is 0782 63 3131. Catch line there. You must be formal. That's what he has said.
Yes.
The business has got to be formalized. One challenge you have is we don't register our businesses. So that's what he has said. Emphasize the formalization of your businesses and record keeping. Because you're not just going to walk there and think that, oh, because the minister gave me her number, I'll access. No. You have to give her the requirements that she needs to have. But I do know that that is as low. That is the lowest. As a policymaker, you can borrow more than the 200. That is the lowest.
200 million is the maximum under this facility because we were targeting so many people initially. So we thought it wouldn't be enough. but they didn't come. Now we need to look at, should we increase it? 200 million was the maximum.
But the money is not in BOU.
The
Explain
money,
where they access the money.
Okay, so when you want to access this money, because it is a partnership with the banks, and the banks are the ones where you open the accounts, not in BOE. So the money is in the bank where you have the account. All banks, we have about 27, all of them signed on this agreement, and credit institutions and what we call the micro deposit taking institutions. So we have over 30 institutions that can give this money. So half of the money is contributed by government, the other half by those institutions.
100 billion
Billion.
by government,
Yes.
and 100 billion by the participating banks.
Yes.
So the participating banks, for your comfort, you can go to DFCU, Stanbic Bank, Housing Finance, Post Bank, Centenary, among others. The bank of your convenience and where you have actually been saving your money. Kindly let's break it down for them. You're off the hook on the SME because we're not talking to small people. These are billionaires I have seen. My brother here was talking about people, the billionaires in dollars. So people are just keeping quiet on their money. You have now seen. So I think they're billionaires. So don't get off the hook. There are those who are in agriculture. As government, we have put the agriculture credit facility. How many of you in agriculture have actually been able to access the agriculture credit facility, which goes as low as 12% interest rate? Nobody? Impossible. BOU, that is still under you. Can you explain?
Madam Chair, it is not impossible. And actually, Madam Minister, they were asking me before about the interest rate for the small business. It's 10%. 10%.
That is for
and you can borrow for 4 years. For the ACF, it is 12%. And Madam, accumulatively, since we started, we have lent up to 818 billion. So people have access, except those who have access are not here. We have information, we have data, and those who want to access, we have all these reports, we are on the website. Those who want to access, I'm here. I'll give you my contact. And the problem we have again is when you go to a bank, and I appeal to banks, they are not interested in lending this money, which is at 12%. They want to lend theirs. So it is a way we have to fight together. When you go and they refuse, you know you are right. This money is from the taxpayers' funds, is for Ugandans. Let us know that this bank has refused to give you the money. Because we have heard that they refuse, especially up country, we have challenges up country. A manager says, my performance is on my money, on how much money I've made. How do I give you this? We've given incentives, but it's something that we have to fight together. But most important, know your rights. Let Bank of Uganda know that you are being frustrated. Some people are frustrated and they keep quiet.
Now, I want to hear from him and the one who said it is impossible. BOU, you've been graduated, come and stand near me here. Looks like we're not getting off the agriculture credits fund and the SME.
Honorable Minister Mubyabagambye, Simon, I work with USAID, but this time I'm talking as a Ugandan because I don't want to seek authority from USAID on what I'm going to say. I appreciate what our colleague from Bank of Uganda is saying, and quite a number of times this information is only to us, the people who are in these meetings. If I go back to my cousins who are in Kakumiro, I don't think they are aware of this. I think Bank of Uganda and the participating banks, which actually don't want to go out and tell this to people, we need to put a deliberate effort where they should go and sensitize people, create awareness that these opportunities exist. And I think that's a very big missing link. Therefore, this money will keep there and nobody will ever access it, Honorable Minister.
So he's talking about publicizing. And this same point, I want to link it up with our businesses. Marketing is very key. If you don't market your product, nobody will know about it. It is like the Bible says, get your candle and put it on the table. If you put your candle under the table, nobody will know about it. So the same thing as government, if we do not talk about the products that we have to support you, you'll say the government has done nothing. So BOU, we have more work to do with you. Every Thursday I do host those programs, and this Thursday I need you to come with me Wednesday that we will have to break to Ugandans, the ones who are not in this room, the young people who are listening and they're at that level of 200 million, 50 million. We have to talk at the X space and explain to them and talk about it every day, because this is what we get paid for. So, but I thank you. Before, there's another lady there, Winnie. But before Winnie, there's someone who said it's impossible to even get the 12. That lady there, that gentleman there. Yes. I just want to hear Omuntu Awansi. Hey, today I spoke Luganda.
Yes, Honorable, and indeed we interact with Omuntu Awansi.
Yes.
We serve those people and we work with them for financial inclusion. Why I said it's impossible is because what's happening on ground is that people need to first be graduated from the conventional products. So the bankers will say, have you succeeded with these other loans that we are having? Right? So once they see that you've succeeded with that, that's when they now graduate people to these other schemes.
Can you
But
imagine?
it
Just
also
after
seems,
campaigning our product.
but it also seems that there is a lot of bureaucracy between the banks and accessing whatever paperwork from Bank of Uganda. That's what we hear.
BOU, can you just explain how easy it is for you to work with the commercial banks?
Honorable Minister, it is very easy because we supervise the banks.
That's true.
So when you go to the bank, there is no bureaucracy because you're already a customer. The only complaint I have had is that it takes long to get the money. So now we have put in a system that the application comes electronically and then we approve, and then because the banks are supposed to give you money before they come to us. That is the agreement we have, and we have incentives. We compensate them for that. So they give you the money today, then they say, tell us they have given you the money. We take 1 or 2 days for us to disburse the money now to the bank that has given you the money. So it shouldn't be very hard. The problem is that Ugandans don't insist on what belongs to them. When they are told, they run away. Just insist and say, Bank of Uganda has said, government has said, this money is there, but you must have also the requirements. There is a credit reference bureau. If you are borrowing from bank ABC and you have not paid, definitely you can't access this. You must also be credit worthy. You must be a very good customer. Honorable Minister, before you came, I had said we need this information also on the portal.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say.
Yes, so that people can know that is there. We do radio programs, we do everything, but when we go to the village, for example, I go to a radio program, maybe people don't have power, they don't listen. So there is also infrastructure. But we have done a lot of programs, we have done barazas, we have done so much.
Battery. The radios use battery. Let's get. No, I don't want us to be very defensive because we are not here on an attack. We are not going to be voted. So I just don't want us to be very defensive. But BOU, what I think we can take home is that we have to popularize this program further. So as the supervising minister, I offer that we're going to have a meeting with all the participating banks and have an open air session for everybody to hear and learn about this program even more. And we want that and BOU, this you can go with it ahead of time, that you go and put your teardrop banners in all the banks, giving them in front of all the banks, talking about the Agricultural Credit Fund and the SMEs, the Recovery Fund. You make it down. This has to be done by Monday. Teardrop banners are very cheap. I can even sponsor. Okay, so this we have to do. 2 hands there, and we move to my final points, and we do the launch.
Indeed, Bank of Uganda has said one point on digitization. The process before was very bureaucratic, that when the papers from the banks moved to BOU, it could take forever. And we do know that agriculture, probably sometimes you're getting this money to look at a 3-season product. So if it's delayed, that means the whole process is gone. The interesting thing is to probably monitor the digitized process that has been put on now And probably that is also one of the things that BOU needs to market to the banks, because banks were getting fatigued because you do the process and the client is ready for this money and the delays. So I think that is one of the things that needs to be fast-tracked. Thank you.
Okay, BOU, we've taken note of that, and like I said, next Wednesday we'll have to do the space, but early this week, next week, we have to have the meeting with the participating banks to see how they can fast-track this. I'll have more discussion with you administratively. The final hand here, oh, there's still two hands, still related to the point of BOU? Okay.
From Stanbic Bank, and just to her point, I just wanted to mention that the funds are actually available, and Stanbic has subsidized this even further, and we're pushing out this money through SACCOs, agriculture SACCOs, who have already started accessing the money. Thank you.
By the way, that is a very factual point. Of all the participating bank, the bank that has given out the agriculture credit fund the highest is actually Stanbic Bank. Yes, I had a meeting with them. Not even our government-owned banks were able to do this. That's why, as thanks to President Museveni, as a shareholder on behalf of you on Postbank and UDB, I had to ask UDB to roll it down. So anyone from UDB here, because I want to get very good. So UDB, that bank, and now that I am the shareholder on behalf of all of you, I'm going to ask on your behalf. Maybe I should turn it the other way around. Anyone who has accessed money from UDB and is here. So UDB, whom have you given our money to? First look around, look around. Anybody by show of hand? Nobody. I hope the answer is not like the one of my brother from BOU. These ones are bigger. So UDB, just break down your packages and whom do you give it to?
Thank you, Honorable. I think you may find people who have not accessed here, maybe they're still public servants. We encourage them to start entrepreneurs.
How many of you are not public servants and you're in business? Put up your hand. BOU, that question, that point is not correct. Change from that and bring another excuse.
So what we shall do, we encourage them to apply. Let me take them through the different packages we have. At UDB, we can lend you from 50 million to 28 billion as a single borrower, as long as you are in the priority sectors, as per the NDP3, agricultural value chain, health, education, creative industry. So the other thing also, as UDB, we have been able to harmonize our lending in two different segments that now effective. Last year we have youth lending, we have women lending, we have SMEs. And as SMEs, you can just fill an application form up to 900 million shilling without writing a business proposal. The other thing also, you can use, you don't need a bank statement to get a loan in UDB. You can use your Momo Pay, Village Savings Circle, or your books. And the other thing also, as UDB, we can finance you from startup. We are the people financing ideas. We can finance your idea and actualize it into normal business. So the other thing, in terms of rates, we are between 10 to 12%. The average lending rate in the market is around 22. Those are facts. The other thing I would say that this portal is going to help us. UIA is a government agency. UDB is a government agency. As long as you onboard on that portal and you become bankable, your file will transit to UDB and we shall contact you for financing. Thank you.
Very good. I think our challenge as government is not marketing these products to you. That is one thing that I have noticed. And so really, if we're talking about investment promotion, promoting the domestic investors, making sure that you come into the money economy and access the services, we have to talk more about these services. So I take it as a feedback from this meeting that we will have to do more. And I'm going to lead it. Now, talking about the other things that I thought that I should speak about before we go into the launch of the portal is, as a business owner, and I'm saying this from experience, the owner's eye should never be delegated. If you start your business and you decide to delegate this business to the people that you've employed, do not think that they have your interests at heart. They are just there to do the work. If you don't guide them, if you do not watch your business, I tell you for a fact, I have 3 businesses, I cannot sleep. By midnight, I have to get financial reports. By midnight. You're in hospitality, you have to put someone at the gate from the watchman to tell you how many people entered your business that day. Yes. Because you're monitoring your business remotely, they will tell you, no, madam, today the business was very bad. Nobody came. Before you know it, they were actually selling their products. They go and bring their product. They start their business in your business. So you have to be very, very hands-on with your business. Record keeping. Don't allow them to do any transaction without writing it down. Because that's where we get it wrong. If an accountant tells you, no, let us not pay VAT, you just know that that VAT you dodged government, you have dodged it into his or her pocket. So you will think that, okay, they're actually telling you something that can make you save money. They present it to you as though you are actually going to save money, but in other words, they're trying to create a system where they can start robbing you. Because as a business owner, you're not there full time. So do not allow shortcuts in doing your business. Because we're in a competitive world. Everybody is competing. The competition in business is perhaps higher than the competition in politics. But here you've got to be very hands-on and keep your records and do marketing. Now I'm very aggressive with doing marketing, probably because I studied mass communication and majored in PR, and I know. But I want to tell you from my own experience and to you that doing marketing for your product is very, very key. You see MTN, they have 18 million subscribers, but up to date, they're still marketing. Even you see them here, they've put banners everywhere because they understand that marketing is key. So if you don't market your business, nobody is going to go for your product. It's as simple as that. So what is government doing? We're telling you that let us digitalize systems. I loved the presentation of Joshua. It was very, very exciting. Oh, Joshua is actually neater. What I thought that we needed to emphasize is that we have brought down the internet prices from making it 1,200, call it megabytes per second, to now 35 megabytes per second. So we are even going further. The only country which competes with us in the region is Kenya. So we want to take the internet bandwidth down and further down. Because I was teasing my DJ, I told him that, bring me, I want to check practically. I want to see how many of you have actually tested that portal. Because I'm closing. Of course you needed to test, so you're part of them. But that gentleman in the Muslim, today is Friday, I give him the chance. Yes. Yes. Have you tested the portal?
Yes, please.
Give me feedback. How did it work? How did you access it? Because as I was working with him, the thing was not working. I'm like, oh, are you just not putting a hoax? So come here in front and explain to us how the portal works.
Thanks for this opportunity. I have managed to go to the website. Unfortunately, I'm afraid people have not even seen the feedback paper here. It is a very good page they designed. I suggest everyone goes. Do even people know how to scan?
So tell them out of experience.
Now, the experience about the website, it takes a while to load.
How have you done it? Where's your phone? Because we want to see. I don't want UIA to demonstrate this. Those of us who are in this room, if we go out without understanding this portal, that means that the portal has failed. So we must first make ourselves to know. So let's all get our phones out and we'll follow him. Vijay, can you help me with my phone? Anyone who has this? Okay.
Okay, so we go to the website. I think it is www. Even if you don't put www,
You just
they
go.
just scan or just type in mybusiness.go.ug.
Okay, we're having two instructions here. Let's do his way, and we do the UIA, the portal orders way. Okay? So he's talking about the scan. So start.
Okay, now when it opens the website, the website opens, unfortunately, yes, it has good information displayed and some resources, but there is no any button to register until you find it. So I suggest we put at least a button on the first page that helps someone to click and start registering. Where? Then on the mobile.
Anybody who has understood and who has followed, because I want it from you. That lady there, please come.
At least.
Thank you. He has tried. So be observant so that you cannot fail next time.
Hello, everyone. It is there. Unfortunately, I'm not a business owner, so for the other details, I may need help. But it is here. I can see it. I went to the link. I scanned the link. Got it.
So how did you scan the link? Because for me here, I have my phone. Everyone with a phone, first raise your phones up.
Yes.
Don't mind, even if it is the other phone of ours. Eh? So you just come, you go to the picture.
Yes.
And then you scan your QR code.
Yes.
It shows you options. Then there's an option of link.
Yes, but you have to choose the other. Yeah, the one for register. That's for the program.
Yep.
Go to
This
the
is
first one.
Okay.
Yes, the first one. Yes. Option. No. Scan. No, you have to zoom out. Zoom out first.
You see, I am suffering as a minister. How about the other person in the
No,
village?
it's actually easy.
Uh-huh.
Scan, yes.
And meanwhile, I am educated up to Harvard. I'm suffering. How about the one on in the village? Let's work on this well. So options, link. Good. So it shows that the SME portal.
Yes.
And then what happens next? Who has succeeded? I want our guests, anyone outside UIA who has succeeded. With the first step. You have?
Yes,
Please
I
come.
also have.
Come, madam. Because we want to register success rate of the. By the way, we've started the process of launching the portal.
So you click the 4 dots up, and then it shows you to register. No, you're on the feedback form, Madam Minister. She went to the feedback. It's here. Yeah.
There's a home.
Yes. You're on the feedback form. You have to scan again. You're on the wrong one.
Have you had?
Scan this one. Here it is. It's here.
This one.
Yes.
But
So-
this is the SME portal.
Yes, that's the one you should scan.
Again, it has gone to feedback.
Maybe if I.
Website,
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, if I
Yes.
can clarify.
No. I want the ordinary people
Just,
to just.
just 1 second, Honorable Minister.
Okay.
That QR code we pressed on the tables is meant for feedback.
Oh.
It's not meant for the portal live registration.
So we want the one for the portal because here
So-
I have gone to feedback.
Now, if you want the one for the portal, you go to the website www.mybusiness.go.ug. Straight.
Friends, let's not get tired. Let's go there. Oh. Nita, the internet is slow down. He's coming. I think we are all logging in.
Yes.
Who has succeeded?
I have. It's here.
MTN. Nita says it is you. Maybe we should try UTEL. It has come. It has come. Come. So take us to the next step.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me do where I have good internet. You go to the website or in a Google Chrome, you put www.mybusiness.go.ug, which I've done.
You go away now.
It opens. That's the landing page. So if you're a business, SME or service provider, you go to the register button. We have terms and conditions there. You read. When you're okay, you click I have read and agreed to the terms and conditions, accept. So when you accept, it takes you to the first landing page where we pick the first credentials for you to make an account. So you fill in your name, first name, second name, telephone number, email. You fill in your user password. Then you select the module. Are you an SME, business service provider, or youth apprenticeship? So what you choose is what the form you will get going forward. So you put your password, you confirm the password, and you submit. So, you put that security check, then you submit. So when you submit, the next screen is for activation. You go to your email, you activate, then you come back to the portal and you log in with the provided password. Those who are creating the password, because of the security of the data, we have put some conditions. Capital, small letters, and some symbol. It can be add, exclamation mark, comma. So it can't be just straight like 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. We shall not allow that because of the security of the system. So you have to have some capital letter, small letters, a symbol. And the system even guides you. It tells you now first step, second step until you make a good password.
Wow, it has worked, but MTN and Nita, you have to do something. so I have successfully logged. So the SME portal is officially logged.
Honorable Minister,
so we have
the where you need to click and then
Okay, the one for showbiz is the one we're going for. The one for us, the media people, has come. The one for the actualization is now done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially launching the SME portal. We count down to 7. I know the reason why I'm counting down 7. 6, 5. Oh, Amy is coming to join, and Mr. Senyonga. Honorable Minister, you know why I'm counting from 7, eh? I asked the minister, and you know why. Okay, a very good student you could see, speaking of cups. So 7, 6, 5. We count together. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The SME portal is officially launched. Uganda Investment Authority. Thank you so much to our partners, Feed the Future USA from the American people, MTN Momo for empowering the digital payments. Thank you so much for ensuring that this as well comes to pass. This is the future that we need to be at. This is where we need to be. Okay. This has officially been launched. Tara, are we good to go with that? All right. We just have one video to play, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to request that we all, like they say, Maso Timbe. Let's watch this video.
Those who are married. Very good. Not he's asking me officially or weekend. Those of you who are officially married, my advice to you, because marriages are breaking at a very high rate, please do love your partners. Thank you. Those who are not yet married, look for a good partner.
You know the reason why that Kalango had to come. Please make sure that you love your partners and love them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our eyes to the screen and watch this video before we get to wind up officially. Mr. Technician, we are waiting for you. Okay, to have this one start. And by the way, when you're married, please throw your partner in our faces. Some of you keep hiding. Huh?
Looking for a place to get the best tea for your restaurant? The National SME Portal is the place to go. Here's how you can get started. Log in to the portal webpage and navigate to the marketplace. Click on your preferred seller and the preferred tea products. Add the product to your cart and the total price to be paid will be displayed. Select from the available payment options, including cash on delivery and MTN Momo Pay, and enter details like address and telephone number. The seller will receive the payment and the buyer will receive a payment receipt notification. The tea is then packaged and delivered to the buyer. And just like that, fresh quality tea is available at your doorstep. So the next time you need fast and convenient products for your business, look no further than the National SME Portal. It offers small and medium enterprises in Uganda a single point platform and access to reliable, relevant, timely, and aggregated data on Uganda's business and investment environment. Looking for a place to get the best?
We don't know which one you're going to choose, but we're going to just show you a step-by-step once again so you can be able to purchase a product. So Richard, should I have the minister back here so we can get to show? Okay, right there where you are, Honorable Minister. We're going to indicate to you how you can be able to purchase, and you purchase a product of your choice on the SME portal. We don't want just to launch and think about the fact that we launched, but actually be able to do some of these things. Otherwise, my friends in the media will say, where is exactly the action of everything that we were launching? And I think this is a very good platform. And as the minister goes ahead to purchase, we were talking about markets. And sometimes we tend to think that the markets are far away from where you are, but they're actually right here. As the minister prepares to purchase, Richard, you'll be able to let me know. Let me ask from the audience, how many of us use about 5 Ugandan products? The ladies, let me start with the ladies. How many of us have about at least 2 Ugandan products? Whether it's beauty, hair, Okay, let me ask generally. How many of us in the room have at least 5 Ugandan products in your home? Honorable Minister, you see the numbers, eh? You see, it starts with us. I want to show you something. Ladies, you love to use lip balm and everything. This is a coffee lip balm, and it's Ugandan made. But even the packaging itself would make you think it's not Ugandan, right? If you saw this for the first time, would you think it's Ugandan? No, truthfully speaking, because tuzala wanyo, that is the reality. You look at things, you're like, Ugandan made products. And this is a perfume. This perfume actually takes up to 8 hours, and it's a Ugandan made product. If you want to smell it, I can actually give it to you, and you smell it. I met this gentleman in an exhibition, and I was amazed at the products that he has. I use Ugandan lotion, I use Ugandan cream, body cream. I use not just shea butter. There's been an infusion. I think even Naro is doing quite a lot of work infusing coffee and so many other things. So we need to pick up on our very own products, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure that, we get to promote our own people. How can your neighbor, how can we have Bravo shoes here and none of you has a shoe made in Uganda? Okay, Minister is buying. Okay, she's buying Chisubi tea. Okay, we're doing the purchase right here. And the beauty is they also get to give you the story of the SME online. We have quite a lot of teas here happening. And they can be able to let you in on the prices. The packaging will determine. Honorable Minister, they are saying you buy the most expensive. But whatever it is, whichever you get to choose to buy, we will ask you to be able to do that, okay? Yeah, that's the most expensive tea, at least as per that catalog. We go to the cart. Someone said you're buying for them. Okay, proceeding to checkout. And there you go. You'll have to put the name. Okay, it's already there because she was logged in much earlier on. Those who didn't know the minister's email, it is right there. You can be able to get it. She gave us a number much earlier on. Gmail, your personal one, you're not purchasing for Ministry of Finance here. Okay, so we are trying to do the actual purchasing process that you can also be able to do in case you need to purchase something from the national SME portal. We are missing an L, Honorable. We are missing an L on the Gmail. Hey, the person who says you're buying for them is very keen. They can't wait for this product to come. Okay, and then you put your number because that is required. The problem is going to be putting delivery address to here, and by the time they come, we are gone. Okay, payment mode, delivery address, Sheraton Hotel. When they come, we will tell them you're not here, but we were purchasing. Okay, Okay, UIA officers in Kololo. That's great. So you see that you need to input a lot of these details. And I hope if you don't input some of the details, the portal is able to red flag the key areas that are supposed to be mandatory and compulsory. Okay, mobile money. Delivery fees are not part of the cut. Total will depend on the delivery location. Okay, we are confirming payment. So if the border guy delivers and says Bampay Nkomitano, please stop arguing with them. Because we can't input that on the portal. We do not know where. Okay, the order has been successfully placed.
Yes.
And the delivery agents will soon actually be contacting the minister to be able to, okay?
Credit. Oh!
You have no credit on the phone, Honorable?
No,
I could send you the 10K.
Them that you should not take the goods on credit.
Oh, yeah, that's very true. Please make sure that you set the option. There is one for paying on delivery and another one for paying on Momo. Yes, Honorable, you want to say something?
Already bought.
The delivery man will come.
Delivery man. No,
Okay, let them bring the product how it looks like. We're just going to give you the product as it looks, but definitely the one you bought, the delivery person will bring it to UIA. Okay.
Because UIA offices have been moved for today here. So this is UIA Kololo. I want to see the.
And Honorable Minister, this is the proprietor of the tea that you just bought, and you can see this is a young lady at that, because I know you're very, very passionate about women in business, and so please do not give her the entire box. Only one piece like this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I was just looking at. Those are the products. Wow. Look at the packaging. Look at the packaging. This is very beautiful. The gentleman, we are sorry. We'll come to you.
As for the gentleman, you need to ask us. You need to talk to Mr. Kajik nicely.
Or we talk to the Director General, who is right behind you. I think she's bringing more products. She's just stepped at the back. Or maybe some ladies actually want coffee. Some ladies want some coffees. If we don't have, do we have enough products? Or we can get Volcano, Gerald, wherever you are, please, do you have some products? The minister is buying some. Please bring some products. Let's have the minister, because the minister said she's buying every lady who is in this room something. So for those who want coffee or some of the products that Gerald has, please bring them. And then we'll be able to invoice the minister. Wow. And ladies and gentlemen, okay, the ladies, while we get our products, please, ladies and gentlemen, don't leave that tea that is right behind there. Eat everything because it has been paid for. And we also would like to get your feedback, please. So make sure that you scan the QR code and give us feedback. We want to be better. Like I said, this is not cast in stone. Honorable Minister, because there were not so many products in there. Honorable Minister, because there were not so many products in there. Yeah, we're bringing Volcano coffee and, of course, Honorable MTN is bringing some products. I think my modem is down. Honorable Minister, my phone is also old. My modem is down. MTN is bringing some. Okay.
Eight ladies just step forward and you give them the 8. I had counted up to you. So you just move like this behind there. Yes, your product has been taken.
As Honorable Minister continues with the product buying, you see what it means to have
You
opportunity.
said us to leave. Let us clap for you. Said us to leave.
Oh,
We're in
yes.
the marketplace.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you said we shall continue with the marketplace.
And by the way, as USAID leaves, feel free to continue interacting and networking, ladies and gentlemen. You don't know whether your next customer was seated next to you or something like that. Kakali.
Oh, you're welcome. Yes. Who has done the posting?
We are in the marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the marketplace. And as we continue in this marketplace, please and please remember to go ahead and network. Never leave such a place just without talking to your next customer, just without talking to the other person, because you do not know what they produce and you do not know how they can be able to impact your business. So, Honorable Minister, me, I'm waiting for the products of MTN. I'm kidding. So, lots of those products, many of them. Volcano, we need more coffee. To all the exhibitors, please, can we get more products here? The minister is buying each and every lady. The men, we are sorry, but we'll be okay. Don't worry. Next time, when the Honorable Minister moves with Mr. Kajik, we'll remind him that one day she bought for only the ladies. That is the point. I get closer. Mr. Senyonga, you're not nice at all. Huh?
This one I have. I mean, who knows? I have a question. The rest can now sit
Ah.
down. Yeah, sorry. I have a question. How many subscribers does MTN have? 18 million. Continue with the answering. When did MTN first come to Uganda?
These questions are for women. I'm telling you.
Is
If
that
you're a
correct?
man and you answer on happy.
1998, you've won yourself a phone. Come and pick it.
Some people are born with silver spoons, eh?
We still
Someone
have
is
more things to
disputing.
win. When did President Museveni come to power?
Why are the men answering?
Yes, please answer. 1985. No. 1986. Okay. How many years has he been in power? 37. Please have this. No, please.
Someone said 35.
Take them. We have the tea.
Okay.
Took the first one.
We're still getting more questions.
Who is the CEO of MTN?
Please don't Google.
Don't Google. Who is the CEO of MTN? Anyone?
Sylvia Mlinge.
We have a fund to win.
Here.
Yes.
Terms and conditions apply. I gave you the answer. Eh?
That lady there.
That's a modem. Okay. Coming
That's a
through.
modem for you. I have a phone. I have a phone to give out. What is the
Okay.
name of my husband?
Me teacher.
Who knows my husband's name?
Me teacher. Do terms
You
and
teacher.
conditions
No.
apply?
There's someone behind there.
There's
Do you know
someone behind. Okay. Ken, you're not part of this. Terms
the
and
full names
conditions
of my
apply.
husband?
Someone is coming to give an
Please.
answer.
What is my husband's name? Yes? Mr. Kajik.
Who is answering?
Oh, someone said it. Alan Kajik. Who said it? You already won. Let's get another one. The one who said Mr. Kajik can come and take it, please.
Oh, that is lovely. And who is that? But earlier on, these phones were meant to be for ladies. I don't know how the men got into this conversation. It's going to the wife. Yeah, that's lovely. That's lovely.
What is his name?
I got you on that one. But you didn't tell us whether Terms and conditions
Mildred, do you
apply.
know his name?
Yeah.
What is his name?
I asked her, do terms
We
and
have a phone?
conditions apply?
That's one name.
He's Ibrahim Senyonga. He's Ibrahim Senyonga.
Is that your name?
Yes.
Ibra Senyonga.
It is Mildred who mentioned the name.
What is the name of the Director General of UIA?
Someone is answering here?
But didn't you win a few minutes ago?
No, she hasn't won. Amodem. Amodem.
I'm now just giving. The lady, oh, you people. Thank you very much.
Wow. How beautiful to wind up in this manner, in this way, with a lot of, I think we can have back, yes, some more to be able to give out, some more coffee. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the close of this launch. But please and please, I request that we scan the QR code and give the feedback. Scan the QR code, let's give that feedback and make sure that we can be able to respond to some of the questions, make this application better. Like I said, it's not cast in stone. There is a lot more that can still be done. But otherwise, please and please network. Network, 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 because you do not know